Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to open up the second day and second keynote speech of Aica Online International Conference. On behalf of Aica Turkey, I would like to take this opportunity to warmly welcome you all. The title of today's keynote speech is Nearness, Art and Democracy. I would like to introduce very briefly our speakers. Pascal Hiele is Professor of Cultural Sociology at the University at Antwerp Research Institute for the Arts. In 2016, he received the Odysseus Grant of Flemish Scientific Fund for the excellent international research. With this grant, he instituted the Interdisciplinary Cultural Commons Quest Office, which does research about the conditions of sustainable creative labor in different urban contexts. And Turkish audiences are quite familiar with his work. His book and articles were also translated into Turkish. Hiele is also editor of Forum Plus, a journal for research and arts, and of the international book series Antenna, Art in Society. Marlies de Munck is a Belgian philosopher who specializes in the philosophy of music. She teaches at the University of Antwerp and at the Royal Conservatory of Ghent. She regularly writes columns for various newspapers. And she is author of several books, including Why Chopin Didn't Want to Hear the Rain, Experiencing Music, and In the Flight of the Nightingale, a philosophical plea for the musician. In 2020, very recently, they published a book, Nearness, Art and Education After COVID-19. In this book, Pascal Hiele and Marlies de Munck explore the importance of physical proximity and the impact of corona crisis on education and culture. And I would like to thank you for accepting our invitation again. And now I would like to invite you to deliver your speech.
Thank you for introducing us, and also thank you for the invitation. I'm going to try now something technical, sharing my PowerPoint. And then we can start the lecture. I just try to give a little bit of context or the background of the title of the lecture, where we connect art, nearness, and democracy, because it is related to research we've done for the last years, but also is related to some publications we made. Ik ben niet aan het sharen. Okay, sorry. I see that I'm not sharing. I have to look. I see it only on my screen, so I have to try to share. Now it's sharing, I hope. Okay, sorry for that. Thank you, Marlies. Yeah, but I will open the... Voila. Do you see now the PowerPoint?
Not yet.
You are screen sharing is standing here live.
Yeah, I see your emails.
Interesting.
Dear Pascal, can you please share the desktop option? When you click the share screen, you will see the desktop.
Here?
An option.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, I see it. Sorry for that.
No.
PowerPoint, I think it's that. Yeah. Yeah? Okay. Now I'm in. Sorry, I'm not so good in technical stuff. So what I was saying, how we connect those three words is related to research we have done in the past about the relationship between art and democracy, and also the book you mentioned already. I've written together with Marlies de Munck, who is also co-lecturing today. And it is also based on a book I made with the new artistic director of the Museum of Contemporary Art in Antwerp, Nef Hack, about ambiguity and relationship with culture. So I make a kind of, like most of the times with lectures, a kind of medley of ideas and concepts and try to relate them to each other. We use also, you will see them in a minute, we use also the drawings of Lotte Lara Schröder, who made also the drawings of the book. And thanks to Nef Hack also, of course, for his ideas. So this is a mixture of ideas of Marlies de Munk, of course, myself, and Nef Hack, on what you will see in a minute. So first of all, I want to give a brief introduction, which is maybe a little bit schoolish, but I try to define more precise what democracy is. And then I try to connect this idea of democracy to what kind of relationship democracy has with art. And then we make the step to art itself and how it relates nowadays to this kinds of democracy in COVID time, in times also of digitalization. First of all, this is something most of you know, but when I ask my students what says the word democracy to you, they say the government, the parliament, power to the majority. But power to the majority is in fact indeed already a typical interpretation of modern democracy, in which the demos, the people, is reduced to a majority. But typical for a modern democracy means also that there is not only a majority who is in power, but also the protection of minorities. Mostly in the constitution, there is a protection inscribed which protects minorities. But this brings in a very interesting ambivalence in a democracy, which is mentioned by Claude Lefort, you see here. I'm going to put this away from me. Who says that, in fact, in a democracy, what is typical for a democracy is that the place of power is empty. It means that it's always vacant. You always can push somebody out of power. And this is the whole mechanism. This is the whole balance in such a system as a democracy. So what is the paradox of a typical modern democracy? That means that the majority who is in power, in fact, needs to give or organize the tools to emancipate the minorities. So they have to organize, in fact, or stimulate, in fact, their own opposition. That's the whole paradox. So who is in power, in fact, has the obligation by the constitution that he gives other people, minorities, all the tools to push him or her out of the place of power. And this means also that democracy is always post-foundational. This is a statement of Oliver Marchand, you see here. And what does this mean? He says, in fact, the modern democracy as we know them has no foundation anymore, like a theocracy has got as the foundation where it's standing on. But democracy has also not anymore kind of rational consensus on which it can stand, but also not on rational calculation, the choice of the majority, but also not on, for example, the account of the government, which is nowadays often used as a kind of foundation on which the political system functions. A lot of politicians threat when they say, yes, but we need to keep our bookkeeping or our account in the balance to govern, and then after that only we can start governing. That's a typical anti-democratic or a foundational way of reasoning, saying that, in fact, let's say it blunt, saying that economy is the base of the political system. At that moment, you cannot talk anymore about a democracy, says Marchand, when you take off this reasoning. So this is This is typical framing of democracy. This means also that there are different kinds of democracies. Again, when I ask my students what is democracy about, then they most of the time come up with this: the parliament. This is the classical liberal representative democracy, in which democracy is based on voting, and so that means on quantities, majority, minority. It is a calculating rationality in which, as I said already, the majority is in power. But as a response to this system, already in the 60s, and let's take in May 68 as a symbolic date, there is a response to this. First of all, I can send this picture here of de Tocqueville. De Tocqueville was somebody who studied this typical representative democracy, but as I said, already in the 60s, there is a response to this kind of calculation of votes, which is the starting point of the development of another kind of thinking about this democracy, which is called the deliberative democracy. That's why I put here a table with people who are talking, discussing about issues in society, and they are talking, they are arguing, they try to give rational arguments. And this is a typical kind of democracy, as Jürgen Habermas here in the picture discussed or launched also in this work about rational communication, for example, or communicational behavior, and his work also on public space. A typical argument in the deliberative democracy is that in the deliberative democracy, what is important is not anymore the quantity of the voices, but the quality of the voices. What do you say? Can you convince other people with rational arguments? So that means also experts play a very important role in it, but this means also that culture is important. How do you say something? Language is very important in this kind of democracy. And the whole statement of Habermas is, when you have a balanced dialogue between rational humans with rational arguments, communication, you can get a consensus. This deliberative democracy is based on this consensus. A very important critique on this whole idea that you can get a kind of consensus based on rational arguments comes from Chantal Mouffe, here in the picture, who says, yes, of course, there is consensus necessary in a society to govern, in a democracy to govern, but this consensus is always the consensus of most of the time of an elite in a society, or at least of the dominant classes in a society. So consensus is never the consensus of whole the society. There is always the possibility of a dissensus. People who cannot let heard their voices because, for example, they have not the good or the beautiful or the correct language to talk, to give rational arguments. So they raise their voice in a completely other way by shouting, for example, not giving rational arguments, by protesting, but also by making and doing something. And that is typical what Chantal Mouffe says in an agonistic democracy. She says affects, emotions play a very important role in democracy, and they have no place or space in a deliberative democracy, which is based on rational arguments. So what I want to say is, in fact, when we talk about democracy, there are different kinds of democracies. And my point is, in fact, that we need all three. That there need to be a kind of balance between these democracies. And later on in our lecture, we will show that there is happening something with the balance between those democracies when there is no physical nearness anymore possible, or in the kind of digital age, is happening something with this balance. I just jumped to make the connection between art, culture, and those three democratical systems. As I said already, representative democracy is based on the typical 19th century bourgeois culture, the liberal culture, which promotes very much individualism. The individual man at that moment certainly needs to be represented. It is also related to the building and construction of national identities, national culture. So it is part of a geopolitical construction. I know also when there is a kind of cultural policy already existing in 19th and beginning of 20th century, the first what is promoted is, for example, theater, libraries for the language, to construct a national language. So culture is very much related to this kind of liberal bourgeois culture, which try to frame or try to develop a culture for whole the nation state, and this political connected. It is also the development here, what we see of a kind of top-down cultural policy in which one culture of the bourgeoisie, is defined as the only good culture for a whole society. What I call, in my eyes, as a sociologist, vertical aesthetics. That means that you always have to look up for what is happening in the museum, but also when you look how those museums and opera buildings were constructed like that, you need to climb up the stairs to go in the temple. So it was a kind of promotion of a kind of typical high culture. The response of this in the 60s, we see with deliberative democracy, is the development of countercultures, but also the recognition in a way of folk culture at the same time, which is developing the whole debate, I think, about postmodernity, which says, I said quite blunt, but which says in a way that high and low culture, that this opposition is at least wrong, that we have to accept all kinds of culture as an expression of people, so that there is not anymore a kind of hierarchy between them, so also not anymore a kind of verticality between cultures. But at the same time, we see that this kind of culture is becoming, even when it tries to promote democratization of culture, at the end, you see it is also, again, an exclusive culture. In that sense, who comes in charge by democratization of education, etc., in the power and in the cultural power game, is the middle class. The middle class becomes very much dominant in the construction of what is good taste. This is the whole story of the cultural sociologist Pierre Bourdieu, who says in the 70s, the teacher becomes more important than the artist, because the teacher is the mediator in this center. This is taken over in the 90s, I think, this whole idea of democratization, also horizontalization by a neoliberal entrepreneurship, which defines more and more the artist as a kind of creative entrepreneur, so who is also not a god anymore, but just an entrepreneur. So you see here also development of the whole aesthetics of experience, development of an experience economy in the cultural field. A response to this, I think, which is knows a revival very much after the financial crisis of 2008, is again, this agonistic democracy with Occupy movement, etc., but which develops also, or is very much related to another kind of aesthetics, another kind of culture, which is certainly related to subaltern cultures, protest cultures, but which also tries to use art and even make art in the co-creative processes as a collective form. So it's not anymore stressing that much the individual, like in representative democracy or in deliberative democracy even, where the individual rational argument still plays a role. But it is trying to use art to make a collective statement, but also to connect people, to use images, constructions, to connect people and to simulate at least a kind of solidarity between us. And this is for me very much also related to the old conception of aesthetics as aesthesis, in that sense that they try to use also not only the word, the rational argument, like in deliberative democracy, certainly not quantities, like in representative democracy, but all the senses to convince other people. So also affect emotion, like Move said, is very important, but also images, theater performances, to try to raise a voice and to give a voice in a completely other way than literally using your voice in a rational argument to show that you are present or to make you present in a society. I give now the word to Marlies to take it over.
Okay, thank you. Let's try to connect all this to the problem of nearness, as we called it, the problem that we are facing today, or one of the problems we are facing today in connection to the COVID-19 crisis, which I would like to, or we would like to call or reframe as a problem of representation, very closely connected to what Pascal has been explaining now. So in a political sense, how do you represent your people in a democracy? And we've seen these three different paradigms, and we will use these paradigms now to relate them to art, to tell something about the political dangers that we are actually facing. So the question is, to my mind, how to mediate accurately. And what do I mean with this? It's about this representation. If you want to have a democratic representation of what is living in your society, how do you do that? And it depends on what your question is. Do you want a sort of accuracy? Or you put stress on the question, how do you do that without distortion, without somehow changing the image or what you are representing? And how do you reduce the losses? This sounds very abstract, but I will try to make it clear now, because I think it is very closely related to questions that art critics are dealing with by definition, which is the question how to talk about a work of art, how to mediate a work of art, how to represent a work of art in language. I'm sure that the art critics amongst you are very familiar with this problem. The difficulties of translating something into another medium. So, as I said, the three political paradigms will afford three different answers that all have their, of course, their assets, their positive sides, but also their weaknesses. And we could see that the three different paradigms, the representative democracy, deliberative, and agonistic, you could see that they move from a model of distance, where you think that accurate representation requires a kind of distance, objective distance, to the idea that it requires a sort of transparency, that would be deliberative democracy, to the idea that you actually need also kind of nearness. So let's try to work this out. Let's start with the first paradigm, which I link to the representative democracy, where you could say that the idea is that to represent something or to send out a message in a pure way means that you actually have to reduce all kinds of redundancy. Everything that you think is not really important, you just reduce it. And how do you do that? By quantifying. So in a representative democratic model, you will just count the votes. And the idea of purity here is that it doesn't matter whether you're a man or woman, or you're old or young, or which ethnicity or whatever. It's just your vote counts as one vote. This is a kind of formalization where you think that the highest accuracy to reach in your political representation is attained by formalizing your presence in a democracy. And I think if you look at art, it's not an original idea. Many people have written about this. The idea of abstraction that you are using to reduce all the redundant information, it doesn't matter who you are, it's just the fact that you are, leads to a kind of art, abstract art, that has been called by José Ortega y Gasset a dehumanization of art. So I know this term sounds very heavy, but it was written in the 1930s before this word became so heavy. What does he mean is that the idea in abstract art is that you get better art if you take out the human perspective from it. It will become more objective, it will become more relevant for everybody because you actually detach it or you abstract it from the particular context. And I think this really accords to the famous experiment, it's a thought experiment, not a real one, by the political philosopher John Rawls, who developed the idea that the best way to organize your society democratically is to imagine that if you're sitting together and you have to decide upon a question, is that everyone who attends there, who is taking part of the discussion, would be hidden behind a veil of ignorance. That means you have a veil, you can't see each other, but you also don't know yourself whom you are. So say, for instance, you are trying to decide whether women have to be able to vote in a political system, and you have to talk about it, but you don't know if you're a woman or a man yourself. The idea of John Rawls is that you will always take into account the possibility that you're actually in a minority position or in a very vulnerable position. So you will try to do your best to take every possible situation into account. So this is an ideal that actually promotes distancing from yourself, from the other, as a political ideal that would make the world better. So let's take that to the second paradigm that Pascal has been describing, which he called deliberative democracy, based on an ideal of rational communication. That's the idea of Jürgen Habermas. And I think it's true to see this paradigm as an attempt to correct what was wrong with the first paradigm, this distance abstraction paradigm. It's trying to reduce the losses, not the redundancy anymore, but the losses, because you lose a lot. You lose all the concrete information. So this paradigm tries to allow more subjective content by allowing deliberation. Arguments, content-wise, have to convince you, and not just by numbers. And as Pascal explained, this model looks at a common medium. It's trying to represent or translate the multitude of visions by translating them to this one system, which is called rationality, the rational argument. And by searching for consensus, you could see that the distance is given up, and actually the idea is to come closer to each other, to attain a common point. But this comes at a price, I would say. I have to, yes. comes at a price in the sense that it still requires a kind of disembodiment if you have to translate your ideas into rational arguments. You're actually, again, making abstraction of your concrete physical person you are. You are trying to meet the other one by making abstraction of your, say, your ethnical background, your sex, your whatever is particular about yourself. In that sense, the ideal here is not just an ideal of distance, but an ideal of transparency, where you make yourself transparent in order to communicate a common rational message. Okay, let's look at the third paradigm and see what we can get out of this for our situation today. This third paradigm I've called Nearness, of course, referring to the title of our book, and to the problematics we are facing today. We could relate this paradigm to the idea of an agonistic democracy, where you would represent, or you're trying to allow representation by many different means, not just rational arguments, not just numbers of votes, but by all kinds of doing and making, as Pascal said. And this requires also a sort of revaluation of the idea of aesthesis, of all your senses, being part of being in the world and representing yourself in the world. And this requires a model of strong embodiment, where you're not just disembodying yourself, making abstraction of who you are, but also not of the other one, of course. And this would allow for many different kinds of representation, also including artistic means. That is why I refer here, I think we don't have the time to really go into this, but the idea of Walter Benjamin, that of politicizing art as a way to present and represent political ideas and to actually change things in society. And I think this is very much the paradigm we are living in today, in the sense of all the struggles that we see going on, like Black Lives Matter. And in general, what people like to call representation matters. It matters not only who is represented, but also how. That means that you have to take the aesthesis seriously. And some of you might recognize a little statue that you can see here in the left upper corner, a statue by Maggie Hambling that has been first shown, I think, 2 weeks ago in London. And it is a statue for, well, she's called the mother of feminism, Mary Wollstonecraft. And there's been a lot of discussion about this little statue. And I think the discussion itself shows and even demonstrates what this paradigm of nearness is about. So what was the discussion? To make it short, feminists were very disappointed by this little statue. Not by the fact that there is a statue, of course not, but that would be just the symbolic presence of the mother of feminism and by extension of feminism and the ideas of feminism in society. That is a good thing, but they were actually shocked by the way this little statue looks. You can't see it here, but you will see it in the next slide. It's pretty small. No.
Oh. You said the next slide?
No, you will see it afterwards.
Okay.
Okay. No, it's a very small statue. And perhaps you can see it's, well, I wouldn't say it's generic, but it at least, or certainly doesn't resemble the real historical figure of Mary Wollstonecraft. It rather resembles a kind of classical feminine nude that we know from art history. And this would, first of all, according to those, well, the critics of this statue, this belongs much more into a kind of, well, representation that is just symbolic, not embodied, and certainly not strongly embodied. Because it refers to every woman, as the artist Maggie Hamlin said, the every woman without ethnicity, without a certain age, without a historicity. And she especially did this because she's the artist said, I want this to be a statue for every woman and not just resembling one particular historical character. So I think regardless of which side you take in this matter, you could see that this kind of discussion is only possible within a paradigm where we actually value the idea that representation matters, that the way you are representing things is actually politically relevant, that it matters how you represent people, how you which images you use. And you can see that in a lot of recent political actions where statues were thrown over or they put paint on them or something, which is something we say people have a sensitivity to images. And it is very important, politically speaking, to acknowledge this sensitivity because it is actually the condition under which you can give a voice to minorities that are not heard in the other two paradigms. So let's try to see in the next slide where that brings us today, given our condition of living with a pandemic, this COVID-19. And now I'm really focusing just on this case that we have been discussing in our book, asking the question, what does it do politically, but also to art, that we have to install social distance and we are translating everything digitally. And I call this a new myth of neutral representation, where I would say we have to beware the idea that digital representation, all these digital means that we're actually just using right now, would be or would allow us to neutrally represent things. And that goes on in political meetings, in academic meetings, but also in educational systems, where the idea is that you just transfer the message, you send it out through Skype or Zoom or whatever, and the results would be the same. And of course, you're all familiar with the argument made by Walter Benjamin about the political consequences and relevance of technological reproduction. It's never neutral. It's also a point made famously by Adorno, of course. But Walter Benjamin uses a term here that I think is very valuable in this discussion, and he calls it aura. And aura is especially relevant if you talk about art. I don't know if you're all familiar with the concept of aura, but well, if I would define it quickly, it has to do a lot with the nearness and the concrete presence of an object in which you feel the authenticity by the fact that it is unique. It is only, well, you can touch it or almost touch it, smell it, feel it, see it in your own presence, and you can feel its aura because it somehow represents a kind of distance in it, a distance in it made by the fact that it has been made by people, by hand. It is connected to tradition, to a community of people, a culture in which it has been made. And all these factors, according to Benjamin, allow for an object to have a kind of aura, which makes it you want to touch it, you want to be in its presence. And you can feel that it becomes much more meaningful because of this aura. And what happens when you technologically reproduce these objects, say you take a picture of a statue or of an icon, and it is, well, theoretically, you can get an endless number of copies, perfect reproductions. You lose this aura because the nearness disappears. That means you lose a lot of what it means to stand in the world aesthetically, where you value all other kinds of mediation and representation that are not just symbolical or signifiers. And the point that I wanted to make is that this is not just for art, of course. Artists now have to think about how to translate their art digitally and what it means to not be in connection with your audience, to not have viewers that actually see your physical work of art. What does this do to art? But also, what does it mean politically? And I think the two are related. I will happily give the last word to Pascal now to say a last word about the political consequences of this story.
So I just very briefly try to, because I'm also looking at the time, reconnect this to the discussion of the three kind of democracies and politics. But again, when you look at the statue of Maggie Humbling, and the whole discussion which is at stake here with this statue is for me exactly this whole tension between representative democracy at one side and I would say agonistic democracy, in that sense that an agonistic democracy really tries to stress the singular position, the singular voice of somebody, but also the singular representation of a content where somebody stands for with his or her own biography, life in total. And that's in the opposition between, or contradiction, or the opposite of it is representation, that you are just represented as, for example, in this case, as a woman. And for me, this is very much related also to the whole discussion about, for example, in feminist theory, for example, do we need quota in a board, for example, that we say we need to have 50% women in a board. Is this enough? Or do you also have to look at the singular subject where he or she stands for, what she says, but also what's a unique history of somebody is as a total person. And I think this tension is for me very important in the discussion of representation versus an aesthetic way of being in the world, being represented with all the senses in all its totality. I think it's good to stop here. Maybe there are questions, comments. So.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pascal and Marlies, for these very timely remarks. And now I would like to give floor to our listeners for their questions.
But perhaps I can still add one thing. That is, so what are we trying to, or what were we trying to do here is to develop new conceptual frameworks, or a conceptual framework to think about the challenges we are facing today. And we are both very convinced that these frameworks are deeply politically relevant. Also, if you're just talking about art, not even about how to organize democracy. Because it is related.
Maybe I can ask one question. As you know, some part of society are against government's restrictions from the very beginning of coronavirus. and they see it as a threat to their freedom, because freedom of expression has come under threat by authorities and by the government. And at the very beginning of Corona-19 crisis, cultural activities are the first activities that were being restricted by the government. And so how can we find a new way to overcome this atmosphere of fear and mistrust through art and culture? What do you think about it?
Well, yes, you are very right. It probably depends on the country, but even in a small, say, relatively innocent country like Belgium, we very strongly saw how cultural sector, which obviously belongs to sort of opposition, politically speaking here, was silenced. It was the first to be locked down and the last to be reopened and then locked down again. So is this only just a political action? Of course not. But I think one of the things artists should do is try to evade the idea that it is only a discussion about health. Of course, it is a discussion about health measures. But then I think what they should do is really ask questions about the new platforms they are given or allowed. What are actually the implications? Because if you are, that's the point we are trying to make here. If you are allowed this sort of freedom to spread your ideas digitally, of course it takes away the voice that was just being, or a position that was just being achieved in this third paradigm that people are struggling for. So you actually saw here, and I think in many countries, these Black Lives Matter demonstrations, and there was a lot of discussion, not about what they were demonstrating about, but about the fact whether they were allowed to be in the streets. And it really connects to all kinds of social inequality being actually aggravated and sustained by these new ways of communication. So I think that artists should really try to reframe the questions and ask questions, critical questions about the media they're allowed to use, the places they're allowed to take in the streets. And it's not a medical question, I think, and they should really somehow stand strong and refuse to have their questions translated into medical health questions. They are there, but yes, that's one part. But then there's some more things to talk about.
Maybe I can add also to that I think that what is clear is with the measures for COVID, they are very rational measures, but they are all focusing on surviving on the short term, the biological measures, I would say, of the virus, but also the economical measures. And they are not about the whole idea, and I think related to what Marlies said, they are not related to what I would call the good life. I'm a little bit afraid when we continue like this, in this situation of fear, indeed, as I mentioned it, that we only take kind of short-term measures, that we will have next year or in a half year a completely other kind of crisis, a mental crisis, which has to deal with burnout, depression, etc. Because at this moment there's not enough attention for what a good life is. For example, the whole measures about social distance, etc. I think they really need to be reframed related to what is socially necessary to survive. What kind of relationships do you need? And I think this is even more problematic than the COVID crisis at this moment. Just to give a blunt statement of a DJ in Belgium who said in the newspaper, in my environment, artists are more dying because they committed suicide. 39, I thought, or 31. I'm not quite certain of the figure. But they are more dying by depression and so suicide, and not by the COVID. So I think there comes up on a completely other disease by this kind of restricted measures at this moment. And I think indeed artists, but also I think also journalists, critics have to reframe this kind of measures at this moment, which is only a matter of, at this moment, I see really related to what Michel Foucault said, but also Agamben said, it's kind of biopolitics. It's really just looking at the surviving of the body, and that's problematic, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. I think one of our speakers has a question.
Oh, hello. It's Paul O'Kane. Yeah, I'm actually attendee, but I'm a panelist tomorrow, so I came in as a panelist. And so, yeah, I just had a question about the kind of apparent anachronism of the democratic voting system that requires, or largely requires, the kind of indexical mark of the hand and the physical presence of the voter in an age when, in almost every aspect of every other aspect of our lives, we're encouraged to go digital, to be online, to be distance, to do our banking, to do our shopping immaterially and digitally. But when it comes to the kind of bedrock of the society, the democratic vote, we have to sort of turn up and be proximate and make an indexical mark. I just wondered what you thought about that sort of tension, the sort of amount of pressure that's on that apparently anachronistic process at the heart of democracy, when, as I say, in every other aspect of our lives, we are sort of encouraged to virtualize, digitize, and dematerialize.
You want to? No. Okay. It's a very interesting question because it reframes, of course, and I think rightly so, the way we have presented the representative democratic model as a model of distance. And it is true, there was a lot of discussion. Look at the United States right now, where one of the main questions is, like, are these voters who voted by mail, are they actually acceptable because they didn't do this indexical act of coming there and putting their votes into a box? If that is what you're referring to. So I think that's a very interesting idea to think about. But I would still say, as much as I dislike the almost former president of the United States, I think with his protests, he tapped into a kind of sensitivity of people that, too much distance somehow allows unreliability. You can hide too much. If you're not required anymore to actually show up and be there in person. You get all these paranoid stories about dead people having voted and people voting twice or 3 times or whatever. You get this paranoia about wrong representations. And I think this is a very deeply rooted anxiety in people, that too much distance just doesn't allow you to live together, to actually have a system that is coherent in the social sense. So I wouldn't really know how to, perhaps Pascal knows a better answer to your question about the indexicality required in the representative system. But I would say or think that the way we are evolving right now, given the COVID measures and digitalization, which was of course already going on, it's much more a catalyst. People were already buying online and doing everything online, dating online and whatever. But I think this evolution somehow really taps in, or is even a consequence of what Pascal referred to, the recuperation by a neoliberal system, which is really, really thriving on distance, of playing people out of each, well, putting them apart in a way as individuals. So to the extent that voting democracy still requires presence, physical presence and indexicality, you would say it still can resist these neoliberal tendencies to avoid collective actions.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I only can add to that, but I think that's not what you mean, Paul, is that, of course, I'm not pleading for one kind of democracy. I think you need a representative democracy has proven that it's very valuable at one side, but I think you need all the three. That's why I stressed also that you need a kind of balance. So it is also important to understand an individual with his own biography, his own social, typical local context, and to see and to understand the whole picture. That's for me also part of a democratic process. And that's more and more, I think, in this digital age and on different levels, is more and more avoided in a way, or suppressed. Even you see it also in interviews with vacancies, etc., where they try to neutralize everybody who applies for a job by, for example, just using numbers instead of names, and that has is proven that it functions in a way to avoid discrimination, etc. But at the same time, you swap also out a lot of information. I think you need, if somebody, for example, when it is about an application for a job, fits in a team, for example, as character, his attitude, his way of being, etc. So I think you have to balance this always to each other.
Thank you both for fascinating ramifications of the question. Thank you.
So if no one has anything else to add or ask, I think it's time to close this session. Once again, I would like to thank you all for joining us today. The next session will start at 2:30. Unfortunately, one of our speakers, Rose Vickers, will not with us. And so hope to see you again.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, and thank you very much for joining us today from all around the world. I'm very delighted to open up the second session of Aica Online International Conference about the impact of COVID-19 on contemporary art and cultural scene. It's always very, very precious to share our thoughts, experience, and act collaboratively in these difficult times. As I announced earlier, one of our speakers, Rose Vickers, will not with us. We have two speakers, and after the talks, there will be a Q&A. Please do not hesitate to ask your questions by using chat box or Q&A tab. I would like to move on to next speaker, Hakan Neman. He's going to talk about possible benefits of art in the COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 has many negative effects, unfortunately, in society, but on the other hand, it helped us to communicate and come together via digital platforms like today.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I first would like to thank the organization committee, especially the president and honorary president, for giving me the opportunity to speak at this distinguished conference. And hello to everybody, to all participants, to our distinguished guests and colleagues. My presentation will be on possible benefits of art in the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm participating from Antalya. I'm a medical doctor involved in photography, documentary photography as well. And I'm a member of Aica, Turkey. My presentation would be on arising mental problems, especially which have been faced after the pandemic. And I would like to speak about health effects of artistic activities. And at the final point, I would like to make some suggestions concerning overcoming these kind of problems. Since December 2019, many countries have been confined to their homes. And countries have built a framework of pandemic protection measures, and where on some days cut off due to curfews and other kind of measures have been recommended to the whole population. This was, of course, an unprecedented situation, and negative mental effects evolved during this period. Unfortunately, because we don't have any vaccine yet, and we don't have all the curative measures, no treatment available, the pandemic is expected to be effective for many years. Therefore, we are expecting negative health effects of social isolation in the coming months and coming years as well. Therefore, it is important to counter COVID-19 pandemic with every kind of measures. And according to WHO documents, artistic and art therapy practices would be also useful besides other large array of instruments and practices concerning mental health. WHO mentions the positive effects of many branches of art on health, which I will discuss in this presentation. The burden of pandemics is especially concerning the mental health, as I mentioned before. Isolation and curfew negatively affect the mental health. People are prone to develop anxiety and depression. Social isolation and loneliness is a main factor for this. Early deaths related to loneliness and social isolation is frequently encountered. Increased risk of dementia by half, increased coronary heart disease by 1/3, and increased stroke risk has been reported again by other agencies. The effect of loneliness and social isolation caused by the pandemic is a main health burden on the population and community. If you look at the rising mental problems, we can say that at the final stage, post-traumatic stress disorder, confusion and anger, major depression, suicides, and other kind of heavy mental problems can be observed. Triggering factors of these mental problems have been enlisted as infection against anxiety, or the anxiety that loved ones might be infected, frustration, boredom due to isolations, long isolations and quarantine at home or in institutions, insufficient support and tools, and insufficient information flow from media, social media, from television, financial losses, especially in private sector, and stigmatization or labeling of people who are suffering COVID-19. There is a strong intention to invent some remedies for this, to reduce the negative effects of this burden, and also for uh, diminishing the impact of mental health problems in community. People experience a trauma during this period because this new situation um, is beyond the individual's control. And shock, guilt, anger, denial, anxiety, paranoia, and a lack of trust to others is accompanying this clinical picture. We are losing um, our loved ones, and this loss is mostly suddenly happening. Therefore, the grief reaction, which is evolving from this point, is generally sudden. And therefore, also the impact of this reaction to our mental health is very heavy. When losses are too high, the grief reaction becomes more severe, leading to complicated grief reaction. Shock lasts longer and denial is more severe, leading to major depression or sometimes to suicides as well. The anger and sadness is also deeper. Depression is more severe in people grieving. To receive professional support is inevitable, but this support is not always available to to all people. Only people who could afford it, only people who have the necessary social security, or only in countries where such kind of infrastructure is available, they have the opportunity to receive this professional support. And art therapy and psychotherapy especially comes into play in such kind of situation. A new entity um, called coronaphobia evolved from this recent pandemic. This is a specific phobia, like claustrophobia or other kind of phobia, which are very well known. The physiological element of coronaphobia is similar to other specific phobias like fear, flight, or flight. Cognitive symptoms are feeling of sadness and guilt and danger, for example, in coronaphobia. The behavioral items is avoidance behaviors mainly. This means there is a regular and continuing avoidance concerning objects which you touch. Therefore, people suffering these problems to continuously wash their hands, control their vital signs, especially fever, their pulse, their blood pressures, and checking themselves if they have a sore throat or if they are coughing, and they are checking the medications and cleaning every kind of environment in their house. To relieve the fear, the national and international agencies have introduced new measures like keeping quarantine and curfew, for example, short as possible, explaining clear reasons for the quarantine, providing enough equipment support, providing enough information, also reliable information, true information. And in cases where the epidemic is a threat to the people in the vicinity, in the neighborhood, quarantine and restriction measures do also work very well. To reduce the anxiety, well, this is a professional issue to work with anxiety, where people need medical attendance or a therapeutic approach. But at home, if you don't suffer of a severe problem, mental problem, you can, for example, try to reduce your anxiety by following measures. You could inspire yourself that everything will be better. Restrict your access to unnecessary excessive information and news about COVID-19. Might be also another measure. Be rational about possible risks. Stop focusing on your body might be another approach. Do not be in a hurry to return to your older order. It's another order of these recommendations, especially if the danger is over, then you might also try to be a little bit reluctant to return too early to your former works and habits. Take action to reduce your anxiety. Leave Dr. Google. Google should not be used to seek medical advice because malinterpretations is an important problem, which might lead you to insanity. Keep in mind that if your children have to start school after a long quarantine, they may have separation concerns, especially small children going to grammar school, basic school. And question your children's concern frequently. Try to reduce their anxiety. And last, be a good role model for your children and for your environment. They will be also affected by your anxiety. If you look at the physiological model of stress, we can say that coronaphobia, mental health problems aren't just mental health problems, it's also physiological, a bodily problem by nature. You see on the left, for example, a diagram showing the physiological cascade of the effects of stress on the body, where the sympathetic effect is more the acute effect, the immediate effect of the body if you are introduced to a threat, and a thought as well, or a physical threat. Your heart rate rises, your respiration increases, the blood to the delivery of blood to the muscle is increasing, and the glucose level is increasing to provide enough energy to your muscles and to your brain. In the middle, you see the medium and long-term effect of the stress to the body. This is steered mainly by cortisol. This is a hormone, which is also mobilizing glucogen from the liver and glucose also from the muscles to the circulation. And in the long term, it is also affecting the immune function on a negative way. On the other hand, we have the parasympathetic system, which is fighting against the stress, especially against the sympathetic system. And this parasympathetic system is also useful, especially in some therapeutic measures to calm down the person and to diminish the stress of the person. And if you look at the right, you will see a table which is mentioning allostasis. Allostasis is the condition, or the allostatic state is the condition where the influence of cortisol to the body is balanced in a healthy way. But if the load of the stress continues, and if you perceive repetitive small kind of trauma to your body, this could be psychological or somatic traumas from the body to the body, then you have the allostatic load happening. And if this continues for months, for years, then you have an allostatic overload, which might end with the typical stress-based health problems. This could be somatic, that means peptic ulcus. This could be diabetes, this could be heart attack and hypertension, or a stroke, or this could be mental. That means traumatic stress disorder, or a depression or suicide. So our aim is to hinder this allostatic overload, and art might be a good instrument for this. I spoke about the parasympathetic stimulation in the former slide, and here you see a diagram. And parasympathetic stimulation, as I told you before, could be an important mean to overcome this stress-based reaction. There are also physiological studies performed in 2016, for example, where you can see that especially artistic sessions of 45 minutes endurance decreased adult cortisol levels, which made a hazard to people who were very long exposed to this hormone. Another study reported that the cortisol level decreased by 75% after an artistic activity. So we can prove that artistic activities are can diminish the body response to stress. If we look again at the WHO guidance concerning this, which was released in the summer of 2019, a few months before the pandemic was declared, we can see that WHO was concerned on different kind of pandemics in the future. Therefore, they developed this guideline. And their suggestions for guidelines and other guides, psychosocial guides, was that posters and informative material to disseminate educational information on EPIC should be provided. Individual or group works to encourage expression and inspiration should be given. Psychoeducational studies against labeling should be organized. Anxiety management to reduce the media influence should be provided. Family activities to strengthen family ties is very important to prevent secondary traumas, but could be hindered by art, which might cause or give you an opportunity for relaxation. The discovery of strengths, healthy creative routines to strengthen coping is useful. Telehealth applications to maintain relations was another recommendation, which has been proven to be very important, especially intergenerational relations, where, for example, grandchildren can't see their grandparents. They might maybe have contact with them by telehealth application or televideo applications, or also the contact to health professionals and caregivers could be also managed by telehealth applications to provide people appropriate health care. Positive social media posts was also recommended in this guidance to instill hope or celebrate artistic achievements for these people. What was meant by art in this guidance? Here we see 5 different classes of artistic activities. They list performing arts, visual arts, design and craft, literature, culture, online, digital, and electronic arts as artistic activities in these WHO guidelines. And I think that the cultural dimension of this classification might be on a virtual base. Looking at the health effects of art, we can see that it has spiritual, physiological, social, behavioral, and benefits on individual skills and social effects. Increased self-esteem, increased coping and emotional regulation has been proven maybe more than 20 years ago by Sylvester and other authors. Physiological effects, health effects, have been shown by several articles and studies, as I mentioned a few slides before. The reduced loneliness and isolation, increased social support, and improved social behavior has also positive effects to the people. Increased participation in sports, individual sports, the adoption of healthy behaviors and skill development is mentioned also as an important health effect to people during pandemics. Another author mentions, for example, aesthetic engagement, inclusion of imagination, which is also used in therapeutic approaches as an instrument, sensory activation and evocation of emotions, cognitive stimulation, and social interaction as health effects of artistic activities. And virtual artistic activities are also nowadays more common due to this pandemic, which is also have the similar aims as I presented before. It might distribute useful information, encourage individuals to express themselves, find inspiration, help them overcome labeling anxiety, balance media exposure, keep family ties strong, prevent secondary trauma experiences, help develop coping ways, and protect relations. If you look at the field of art therapy, then we can say, according to Kaplan, who published his book in 2000, that art therapy has further benefits on like art satisfies us, makes our bonds made our bonds stronger, interpersonal bonds stronger. Artistic games in children stimulate brain and mind development. The feeling of visual intelligence would increase by evaluating or creating art. Expression of visual art provides problem solving and creativity. Creating visual art is also beneficial in cognitive problems. Visual thinking, that is non-verbal artistic approach, has positive contributions to cognitive development and deficits. So it is also a good implication on people suffering of cognitive problems or people who suffered a trauma, a brain trauma, and such kind of neurological problems. Art has the possibility to deepen the experience within the person, and it increases the quality of life of those who are engaged in arts. There are also different approaches concerning art therapy, psychotherapeutic approaches, which is not the essence of my presentation today. But I could say that especially the cognitive behavioral therapeutic approach might be a good medium for therapeutic approaches of suffering people. Generally speaking, art psychotherapy gives way to feelings that sometimes cannot be easily spelled out. Our language through art and facilitates the sharing of spiritual and physical experiences. Carrying the inner problem outside and taking on a body there enables us to see and define what we nourish within us without realizing it. In conclusion, I can say, as Guzman formerly mentioned, art is a tool that humanizes us. Undoubtedly, it cannot replace a medicine or therapy alone. Just by looking at a picture, it is not possible to change a behavior or develop empathy, but it is an antidote in complicated times like pandemics. It's a roadmap presented to us. It's a means of resisting adversity and uncertainty. It's a new language, a new image or recording that you create to contemplate and dream. It's a slow tool. It won't change you right away. However, if it is tried and tried, It's a convenient tool to change our stereotypes, behavioral schemes, and patterns and ways of thinking. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Hakan. It's good to have a doctor among us, and I'm sure that at the very end you will have a lot of questions, and it's good to listen the perspective of a doctor. Thank you very much again. The last speaker will be Suzanne Feste. Unfortunately, she's not feeling very well, and I think we will listen her presentation. She has just recorded something, and Susanna Feste is an art historian, curator, and writer from Sweden. And her presentation will be about writing about emotions, a study of how theory of affect can be applied at the intersection of place and work.
Thank you. If there is a problem, I can try to do it in live instead, if you prefer. I didn't hear the sound, so I can do it in live if you prefer.
I think there is a technical problem.
I can do it in live. I'm feeling a little bit better, so I can do it in live.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Thank you.
Sorry for interrupts. There is a technical problem in here, so when I share the video, it shares it as muted. So I'm very sorry about it.
It's okay. I can do it in live. I feel a little bit better, so it's okay. So, first, I would like to thank Aica Turkey for inviting me to this conference. I'm here to present my paper, Writing About Emotions, a study on how theory of affect can be applied in the intersection of place and work. I have recently launched Art Sensation, a small organization that emphasizes the importance of emotions in and around art. So, to the topic of my presentation, I should share the screen now. Share screen. Here. Okay. In time of crisis, art can be seen as an alternative language to raise complex political and existential questions about what it means to be human. But how can this alternative voice reach out to people? One of the functions of art can be seen to touch the beholder. An emotional or bodily affect may appear in the meeting with art, and this can lead to reflections on complex questions. I argue that emotions are important to be highlighted in an art discourse, especially in the time of crisis, when we get overwhelmed with impressions that can lead us to be blind. But how can we write and talk about emotions in an art discourse? Between art and the place is the viewer, a human being, a person that relates to one's surroundings, evaluating impressions and experience emotions. We need to lift up emotions as something significant in all disciplines, not least in humanities, as valid alongside with other accepted philosophical aspects. In art analysis, it's common to look at form, color, historical context, artist, network, relations, and concepts. There is, however, a lack of analytical models to describe an emotional meeting that can appear in the intersection of art, place, the point where the viewer is located. I have explored new ways of writing and talking about emotions. The studies in the field of affect theory, which is in the forefront of research in post-colonial, feminist, and queer studies, as well as in other disciplines such as psychology, sociology, technology, and economics. Concepts which describe emotions can be found in a discourse of affect theory. These concepts can be put into an analysis model that enables to write about emotions. This can contribute to a broadening of art history methods and show how emotions can be elevated into important aspects in analysis, speech, and theory, both in academic discourse and in practical and educational contexts, in museum, art galleries, or written criticism. I suggest the concept of affective relation to focus on and explore new ways of writing and talking about emotions. This presentation is a short and partly rewritten version of my master thesis in art history that was published at Uppsala University in Sweden in January 2020. I will in this presentation with The Influence Machine by Tony Orsler give you a short example on how we can talk about emotions. The analysis does not have the task to explain how a subjective reading of art can give rise to emotion. Instead, I intend to assume that we as humans react with emotions when we see art, especially if it's site-specific. The choice of a multimodal analysis is based on the nature of the influence machine, which contains moving images, sound, lights, installation, place, and text. Kerry Hewitt writes on how a multimodal analysis can investigate different forms of communication, such as images, gestures, text. The basic concepts are modes, which corresponds to different ways of communicating, such as speech, writing, images. Hewitt describes how a multimodal analysis gives the possibility to create a model or a structure that can be applied as a scientific method. The method creates a system to systematically look at connections. Okay. Oh, whoops. There. You see it. Here you can see a multimodal analysis model on the influence machine by Tony Orsler. In a model, I have inserted modes, and in the modes, concepts that can describe relationship and emotions. I will lead you through this model and explain the modes and concepts I have used. The model should be seen as a tool. In written text, there will be no use to follow the model in exact order, but it gives us a structure to look at every part of the artwork. So first we have the background and of the artist and the artwork. Then in the blue field, you see the different modes. I have located in the influence machine, as you see, the modes are broken down in smaller parts, such as form, color, size, and lights. What I did is that I analyzed every mode for itself. In the mode place, I have a concept of room and character, harmonize or interrupted, to lift up the relation between the art and the place. There will be a modes analysis and summary, where we look at relevance and differences and similarities of the modes. In the final analyze part, I use the concept of convergence, participation, culture, and world making, which lead us to describe an affective relationship. Tony Orsler was born in 1957 and he come from New York. He's educated at California Institute of Art with a Bachelor of Art from '79. Orsler has been exhibited at Documenta, Whitney Museum of American Art, New York, Museum of Modern Art, New York, and many more. The Influence Machine by Tony Orsler was shown at 2016 at Stockholm University in Sweden between 18 and 21 p.m. in collaboration between Stockholm University and Magazine 3 at what today is Accelerator. It has also been shown at other places around the world. In a documentary from Stockholm University, Orsler describes how Accelerator is a place where research in particular physics has taken place under an accelerator. Orsler described his interest in looking at how cultural production and scientific production belong together, which is also an original idea to the Influence Machine. Rickard Julin, artistic director at Accelerator, describes how the artwork is inspired by an old physics, Etienne Gaspard Trompette, called Robertson, who at the end of the 18th century was a very famous person. Robertson was a physicist, but at the same time a magician, and traveled around with a group called Phantasmagorian. The group used smoke clouds to project images on. Robertson was a physicist specialized in optics, which allowed him to invent all these technological creations, but he was also involved in what we today would call art. Moving installation and moving images. The installation consists of several moving images projected on stable material such as trees, building facades and walls, but also on changing materials such as smoke. The smoke machine has handled by a person who manually directed smoke in different directions. The smoke stretches differently depending on the wind direction. This made the pictures on the smoke appear sometimes clear and sometimes unclear. The audience moved through the smoke and thus become a part of the artwork's material. Some projectors were fixed and directed towards trees and facades. Sounds could be heard out on the place. A street light flashed. Some of the sounds was connected to the sequence of the street light, which gave the impression of an old comradion. The monologues heard through the speakers are written by Tony Orsler and perceived to be spoken by people who show up and disappear depending on the background. Rickard Julin explains how the voices heard in the artwork called out to former inventors and scientists. The sentences are both in Swedish and English and connected to the talking phases. Sounds in form of music and also occurred. Digital sound and music are elements of artwork and occur at the same time, layer upon layer. The sound consists of fragmentary voices with imperfect sentences. The mind, shadow, or I cannot say it, or Robertson, where are you? I'm going to kill you. Other sentences may be more complete, like it's dark in here, come out of the darkness. You can see me, you can see right through me. I'm not here, you're not here, sensor light. I have used the concepts of room and character in this analysis of the place. Christian Norberg Schultz describes how a place includes an environmental character which defines a specific location and its expressions. Norberg Schultz suggests that place should be analyzed divided into the aspect of room and character. He describes how room can be determined as a three-dimensional geometrical body as a field of perception. Each room has boundaries, which can be walls, floors, or ceilings. In landscape, this could be land, horizontal, or sky. The concept of character, on the other hand, is more open and at the same time more concrete than the definition of rooms. For example, a working place must be practically and a church solemn. All rooms have a character, which is determined by the material and formal structure of the place. This can be explored by asking the question how. How are the boundaries that defines a room constructed? How is the ground and how is the sky above? Norberschild's description of the actual location can lead to the discovery of the character, which is important in an analysis of relationship between art and place. So Stockholm University as a place could be described on how the place is. It's educational, instructive, scientific, knowledge building, innovative are words that lead through the character of the place. The character can be used to investigate the intersection of location and the displayed artwork. According to Norberg-Schultz, the character of a room can be described as the essence or atmosphere of the place. So, Rosalind Deutsch writes on how we can see art in public domain as harmonized in relationship to its surrounding or interruptive. The concept of harmonized and interruptive can clarify how the influence machine can relate to the public space. The artwork includes monologues written by Tony Orsler and performed by projected images of people. Julin says that the idea is that the voice heard cry out to former inventors and scientists. The character of the influence machine could include keywords as science, technology, knowledge, history, and dialogue, which is in line with the place character, such as educational, instructive, scientific, and knowledge-bearing. It gives the place and the artwork what Dutch would describe as harmonized relationship rather than disruptive relationship. So I will in this speech not go into relevance and differences, similarities in the part of analysis in the lack of time, even though it's very helpful part of the analysis of a work to look at hierarchies in different modes. I will go to the final analysis of convergence, participation culture, world making, and affective relationship. From research on relationship between audience and public site-specific temporary art, I have used the concepts convergence, participation culture, and world making applied by Annika Wik in her text Exhibition Practice in Translation. As convergence elevates the relationship between the place, the context, and the art, it will be of value in both the description of the place and art. Participation culture describes how the viewer can be a part of the artwork, not even in the site, but in also social medias by taking pictures of the artwork, spreading it around to their network. And world making shows how relationship between the artwork and the place can create a world in itself. These three concepts will be used to describe the unique situation of a public site-specific temporary art. Wik's applied concept of participation culture can be linked to how visitors become part of the artwork physically or mentally. My study shows a high degree of participation, as viewers repeatedly need to make decisions based on their reactions on the artwork. The term of world making shows how reality and fiction becomes difficult to distinguish. The concept of world making can be fruitful to link to the analysis, as viewers in their imagination can connect the impressions of projections, sound, and place to create their own interpretation of the artwork. Uncut film materials from the set shows how people move in the area, as well as their facial expressions such as smile, surprise, and wonder. They need to make decisions about what to look at. From this, I can conclude that visitors react with some kind of emotions when they see and interact with the work. When they go through the projections of the artwork, they make different decisions as human beings, which is based on emotions. Strong, weakly, or completely neutral. A reaction could be disinterest, which leads the visitor to go away. Another reaction may be interest, curiosity, which leads the person to look around and go to places to see projections and listen to sounds. Sara Ahmed writes on how a location can be affected in the viewer's archives effect in relation to an object belonging to the place. Furthermore, an experience can be stored in the consciousness with the result that the environment becomes associated with, example, with happiness. It's like if you're in Italy eating something really good, then the place will be filled with happiness. So you will remember Italy as a happy place. I have not found a concept that describes a similar reaction to art. Therefore, based on Ahmed's theory, I will propose the concept of affective relationship. In addition to happiness, the term can describe other emotions, such as wonder, fear, sadness, or neutrality. When we write about art that has a specific relationship to a place, we can use the concept of affective relationship in addition to concepts, formal or aesthetical values, write on how emotions may have loaded artwork in a location-specific situation. So, by combining concepts as character of the influence machine and the relationship to a place as harmonized, an affective relationship is described. Okay, what happened? Oh, I don't know what happened. Something put me out of this. So I will, strange. Can you see the shared screen?
No, we cannot see anything.
It's really strange. Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened.
Hello, Susan. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
When you share your screen, you need to choose the desktop. It's the best option, and this is the way you can show us your presentations.
Okay. Okay. So I will just. This is very unfortunate. Uppdrag. Okay, I will do the last part without the screen. Okay. So from this, I can conclude that visitors react with some kind of emotions when they see and interact with artwork. When they go through the projections of the artwork, they make different decisions as human beings. So, using the framework provided by a multimodal analysis model, I had made it possible to write about emotions in a structured and organized way. By give attention to a character of the place, how it works, I could describe a place as harmonized or disruptive. We can conclude that people who experience the artwork are actually affected in some way. We make the decision based on thoughts, based on emotion. If we meet art in a public space, we must first decide whether to stay or go. We make the decision based on emotions or affect. An affective relationship could be seen higher in public viewed site-specific artwork, which in itself makes this type of art suitable to analyze with affect theories. Artwork that relates to the same value as the place can be seen loaded than the artwork further than it would have been in an art gallery. Writing about emotions in an art discourse can be tricky and difficult. There is an acceptance that art can touch the beholder. I would like to approach and talk about how we can take in account how bodily affect, emotion, and sensations should be an important part of art history discourse. The investigation in its beginning and can be seen as a complement to current art analysis. I hope to continue working on how to write about emotions in and around art, and happily get in touch with researchers, artists, and curators interested in the field of affect studies. You're very welcome to visit artsensation.org if you find it interested to connect with thoughts and contributions on affect and feeling in an art discourse. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Susan. I hope you are feeling better right now. Thank you very much to both of you for your very timely and very interesting presentations. And now I would like to give floor to our listeners for their comments and questions.
Oh, hi. I just had a question for Suzanne. Yeah, I just wanted to ask what you thought about the introduction of the grid into your inquiry, because to me it seemed to use a grid to analyze emotions. I just wondered if that was the appropriate kind of form or format. And in a way, I thought that maybe smoke, something kind of formless, would be more appropriate. I just wonder what your thoughts were on that.
Did you mean using like the grid, the analyze grid, when I looked at different modes, or I don't know if I understand?
Yeah, I just wondered what you thought of that, because the grid sort of seems to introduce a kind of unemotional or maybe an inappropriate sort of format for the kind of mercurial experience of emotion. And I just wondered if you had maybe experimented with other formats, other devices that might still allow you to analyze or bring together language in that way, but avoiding the form of the grid.
Yes, well, as I said in the introduction, this was my master thesis, so I may be not that far. There's probably a lot more methods to use, but it was actually the character of this piece. It was so much to take into. It was the light, it was the sound, it was the place, it was a text, it was the voices, and to give me some sort of structure, I was looking for a structure just to look at one part at a time. So I look at hours of documentary film of the work. I also been there, but I look at the documentary film of the work, and then I like, for the first round, I just heard the sound and nothing else but the sound. So I closed my eyes and I just wrote down everything they said. And then for the second round, I shut out the sound and just looked at what I saw at the place. And then at the third round, I did that just to sharpen up what I saw and to give it a structure, because I think it has been so hard to try to write about feelings. It's so loose. So I was looking for a really structured way of doing it. So, but I guess there's a lot of good ways of doing this.
It just made me curious. You just made my imagination think of different ways that the words might be related or the context might be related, but outside of that particular format. While you were talking, also made me think that Rosalind Krauss wrote this famous essay on the grid, and then a little bit later in her career curated this famous exhibition called Formless. So she must have been, invested in that distinction somewhere. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions, any comments from our listeners?
Hi, maybe I can ask a question to dear Professor Hakan Yaman. So first of all, thank you very much for your participation in the conference, and it's very good to hear your observation and your comments on the recent development of our history. Let's say it's human history for the COVID-19. So as far as I know, also dear Professor Yaman is interested in photography. So maybe I can ask that, what do you think about the near future of the photography? Because of recently we saw many tragic photographs from all over the world. So for instance, in New York, there is a huge crowded people or huge dead bodies to be ready to bury or etc. So it's a traumatic, as it seems to me also. What do you think about that? And another second question, maybe for both of you. But there was an article
Okay, we cannot hear the voice of Fırat. I think there is a technical issue problem. Fırat, can you hear us? Okay, no, we cannot hear. Okay, maybe you can answer the question that he posed to you.
Thank you. Well, concerning photography, photography is very much dependent to the outer environment, and so due to this problem with pandemic and with isolations and other kind of refinement measures, it is certainly very difficult for photographers to walk around and make photos. Beginning March, for example, but on the other side, there was an initiative, for example, a recent initiative in Turkey, of which I also participated, the first wave of pandemic, where about 360 photographers were involved, and where the works were edited by over 30 Turkish editors. It's called Korona Günlerinde Fotoğraf. The main leader was Özcan Yurtalan. And there we, for example, tried to document the situation of this pandemic in every corner of Turkey. There were works made right in the field, right in health institutions, or also works, abstract works, concept works, just done at home. So we gained quite a lot of experience concerning this. And this has been also published in a website just dedicated for this. But on the second wave of the pandemic, I, as a doctor, wouldn't very much recommend to do this again. The risk is too high. And therefore, people should do, maybe if they still want to photograph, take either photos from their windows, or do they work just in closed rooms. I hope this answers the question of the president.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I can just make some remarks. You both talk about expressing emotions and the impact of emotions on art. Expressing emotions can be cathartic release, and people are angry not only due to COVID-19 related issues. You know, nowadays we see the rising of new protest culture. Violence against Black people, against minorities, or economic injustice. I believe this rage against capitalist machine, let's say, will also trigger something new in art and culture. We need a change.
Yes, you're right. The frustration and anger was very high, especially end of May. So I think it was also one of the reasons why the government released the prohibitions concerning isolation and so on. But the results of this release of this new approach has very bad caused very bad consequences afterwards. But our photography project, for example, one of the main outcomes of this was relief, really, and people felt also much better afterwards after this project. And I can just recommend people to do something like this, but with taking care of themselves, protect themselves and use appropriate protection and so on, doing art outside of the house.
We have, as a comment on photography and the epidemic, here in Sweden, as you of course know, they didn't shut down, and they made people have a big responsibility, but the consequences was that they actually sort of did. So they stayed at home, worked at home, didn't do anything that much. But there are several of the museums here in Sweden that have collected people's memory of the corona epidemic, especially with photography. So they have opened up and asked people to send in their days, their memories in written or photography, and it's going to be a good material, I think, for afterwards to collect it now. So that was just a comment on artistic ways of handling this situation.
Thank you very much. And Fred is asking a question. Do you think that we can ask an ontological question about the possibility for a new art world? I think this is a topic that we are trying to find a solution in this conference. Okay, and if no one has anything else to add, I think it's time to wrap it up and close this session. I would like to thank you all for being with us today. The next session will begin at 4:30. Thank you. And I hope to discuss these issues face-to-face in a very near future.
Teoman. Teoman. Uyuma şekerim, uyuma. Ne olursun. Buralara kaçma, rica ederim. Zaten dağınık ortalık. Sepetinin içine koy. Oraya değil, sepetin içine. Derdin o şeyleri, hasırları olacak. Sepetin içine. Tamam.
Merve selam. Mikrofonunu aç istersen.
Pardon, mikrofon kapalı. Kusura bakmayın.
Evet, evet.
Tamam, herkes tamam bizde. Tamam.
Dersimi yeni bitirdim de.
Ha, tamam, panik olmadık da hani bir
Evet,
gel
evet.
ona göre bilelim diye. Tamam.
Evet, şimdi 1:30'da bitiyordu dersim.
Tamam, problem yok.
Teşekkürler. Benim 17:10'da zaten. Değil mi?
Evet.
Aha.
Hi, Melike and Raul.
Hey, Ayşe, how are you?
Fine. Raul, you were in Özü or Melike were in Özü?
No, I was.
You were. Okay. I'm still there.
Yeah, it's a fantastic place. I'm really missing it.
Really?
So yeah, no, I mean, it's I had a really good offer from Germany, so that's why I left in 2018. But the team and the memories were just great. And I mean, I started in Altunizade and then moved.
Okay. You are almost like the founder of the university.
No. I was late for that too.
Did you get this 5-year plate? Probably you did.
Sorry?
Did you get the 5-year plate? They give you a plate, 5-year.
I got it and then I left.
5 year of loyalty plate, then you left.
So yeah. No, I remember. So that when they gave it in Swissôtel and everything, it was a great memory.
Yeah.
So how is the campus doing and everything?
It's all empty, deserted. It's almost like post-apocalyptic period. There's only 2 dogs left there, and of course our rector. She goes every day, you know her, and that's it. Nobody is there.
At least the parking situation then improved.
Yes, everything is handled. But now we have a new architectural faculty building, so we have a very huge parking lot beneath it. So we kind of solved this problem. Yeah.
So they built it beside the engineering faculty, or where?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, next to it.
Okay.
Check it out on internet. It's very cool.
Okay, I will. So.
Okay. So I have to start our session. Then we can just later can gossip about our university. Okay, welcome all. This is our I think last session for today, and I have 4 wonderful speakers and 5, of course, 4 + 1, let's say, speakers about. I think we can summarize this session as something like how we can just manage this exhibition situation and the situation and the condition of the museums in this post-COVID period. And actually, maybe the questions that you are asking is not necessarily genuine to this health condition that we are having right now, but it was almost already an emerging situation, like use of social media, use of virtual reality, how they are going to use all of these new technologies in terms of exhibitionary space and in terms of exhibitionary technologies. So it will be very interesting to listen all of these 4 wonderful topics and discussions. You know, you all have 20 minutes, more or less. And for questions, we are expecting you to write on the chat session, or there is a Q&A session for our attendants. And for our panelists, of course, you are free to ask, just shoot away if you have a question after the presentations. So welcome Raul Kübler. He is now a professor of marketing at University of Münster. He calls himself a junior professor, but in Turkey we don't have any junior senior, so you are a professor. Melike Kübler is a free researcher again in the University of Münster. And what they are going to talk about today is how social media help museums to survive the COVID-19 lockdown, a text mining study. So I'm leaving to you to explain all of your interesting discussions and facts about this situation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us just share the screen.
Is it on now?
I think you can't hear us, right? Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. No problem.
Okay, great. Can you see our screen?
Yes, definitely we can see perfectly.
Okay, great. Then I hand over to Melike.
Okay, yeah, I can introduce. So good afternoon, everybody. First, I wanted to start with thanking everyone.
No,
the
wait.
screen is coming.
No, but it's not working, right? So you just see our Güler, you don't see the slide. Ah, no,
yeah,
perfect, good.
Thank you again. I want to thank everyone to include us and our research with role in this conference. Let me introduce myself. My name is Melike Kübler. Maybe some of you know me from some cultural projects back in Turkey. I worked to some of them, and now I'm working with my husband, Roel Kübler. As you introduced, he's working as a marketing professor in Münster. And today we want to share with you our latest research that investigates how museums use social media to continue engaging their target audience during the COVID-19 pandemic in Europe and in the US included. As we all know, COVID-19 had not only a devastating impact on society in general, but also on the art sector. And as we heard yesterday from Beral Madra, most galleries and museums were forced all over the world to shut their doors due to the pandemic. And this global shutdown of the art and culture world has very severe consequences for all institutions which are involved in preserving our cultural heritage. And museums like Amsterdam Rijksmuseum report that they lose by average around 600,000 euros per week due to the people not buying tickets. And this is, however, not the only negative impact of the lockdown. Also, donations and any sort of governmental and NGO support are reported to be cut off by almost 80 to 90%. And while this seems to be already dramatic, the personal consequences of this are even more tragic, I would say. And because museums reported to start laying off their staff, which now affects the weakest amongst all stakeholders. So we see that the pandemic is posing a threat to cultural world in many ways, actually in 3 ways. It endangers the institutions who preserve our cultural heritage. It endangers the producers of art, and it endangers the people who work, shape, and protect these institutions. Therefore, we need to understand how to help them surviving this pandemic. So what can museums do? Well, we saw that they need somehow stay relevant to visitors, but also to people who support them. One way to achieve this may be the presentation and documentation in social media. To protect themselves and to protect their cultural heritage, which they are responsible for, museums indeed try to counter the pandemic and to stay in touch with supporters through communicating, of course, and presenting their audience in the last remaining channel, which is social media. As we also in yesterday's presentations, also from Müge, artists now use social media to exhibit their own work without needing museum space as a space anymore. And this implies even more that museums need to take action by trying to engage more on social media. And the good news is the pandemic achieved this. As we see more museums investing in social media, but however, we also see that 13% of the museums use the budget for this. I mean, only 13%, and the rest tries to engage their audience through content campaigns only. So the question here is, what content museums provide to be successful on social media in their Instagram or Twitter, for example. So we have here different strategic suggestions for engaging museums audiences from the body part of art marketing literature. For example, we have some Kotler and Kotler example, which they give a book in 2008 called Marketing and Strategy, a great framework which they supply for us. They apply classic marketing into art in this book and suggests advertising, sales promotions, direct marketing, and public relations as the most suitable tools for art marketing. And in their succeeding study from 2010, they go one step further and give different goals what museums should try to build. First, of course, creating an image, and that image should lead to somehow to reach the audience growth. And audience growth brings more followers, for example, on social media. And audience growth, of course, leads to membership growth, which means more people are associated with museums. And the last step, they might end up engaging members to donate to them. And Phyllis in 2011 is telling that art marketing needs to be more within the interest of the different stakeholders. Museums need to find out how they should build their appearance in social media, what they should post, and so on. So far, we know a lot about which instruments to use, and still these researchers doesn't tell us how to communicate, nor how to achieve this engagement goals in times of pandemic. Therefore, our contribution in this growing stream of literature is to give guidance to museums how to design content on social media with the aim of engage the audience with respect to the tools, of course, and the goals of Kotler et al. To be able to continue engaging with their audience, with the museums. And of course, this leads to our research question, which you can see here. First, what we do is we try to understand how COVID-19 affected the existing engagement of museums with the audience. And later we try to identify how museums communicated with their audience on social media during pandemic, of course. And third, we try to figure it out which specific topics of type of content was especially successful or less successful. And at the end, we want to deliver actionable insights to them, which should give clear guidance how to use social media tools, as I said, Twitter and Instagram. And so how we did it is we follow a 3-step analysis. In the first step, we investigated how social media engagement changed in the pandemic. Due to the time reasons, we will not present these insights. However, we found out people tend to like and comment less during the pandemic, which makes social media work even more difficult for museums, of course. In the second step, we extracted all posts sent during the pandemic from a large sample of museums to understand which general topics and strategies they used. We rely on a text mining and topic model approach, and this allows us to really make sense of a very large body of material, which Raul will explain after me. In the third step, then we use a statistical model to find out which topics and types of posts were less or more successful in generating likes and comments from the audience. And now it's his part, the ugly part, who will, you have to explain this. And thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Melike, for leaving the dirty work to me. But so what did we do? So to understand what museums did during the pandemic, we used the crawling infrastructure, which we built here at the University of Münster. So we rely on some crawlers that use the Python framework. So that's a computer or coding language framework that is able to extract basically all sorts of information from social media websites such as Instagram or Twitter. Melike curated a list of approximately 200 international museums. So the large body came from Germany, but also the major museums from the US, France, and the UK. So we're talking for the US about, for example, the Museum of Modern Arts in New York, the Guggenheim. Of course, we have Orsay or Louvre in France. We have several museums in the UK. But also we have most of the public and private institutions in Germany in that. As Melike pointed out, we tried to understand, first of all, if COVID changed the way the audience was interacting with museums. So we started collecting all sorts of posts from December 2019 to August 2020, so that we had a pre-COVID and a COVID stage in the data sample. In total, as you can see, we ended up with a quite impressive set of posts of almost 400,000 social media posts originating from these museums. We could observe basically for each post how many people liked it, how many people commented on it. Of course, in case of Twitter, we could also observe if people actually shared the content, which for me is the ultimate basically measure of engagement, because liking just means I leave a like. If I comment, I already engage with it. But if I send it actually to my own friend list, so I basically ambassadorize my own, or I use my own work to share content from another institution, that's some sort of real high engagement value, because it really shows some trust or identification with the institution. Of course, the main problem was that, yes, so now we ended up with 400,000 posts. And in the old world, 20 years ago, we would start using qualitative text measures, some sorts as like heuristics or other sorts of methods that marketing research stole a long time ago from sociology or from psychology to make sense of what we have in there. However, of course, the problem is, as you can imagine, so we're two people, reading 400,000 posts and having actually Aica conference already in November, that wouldn't work. So we needed some sort of help. And what kind of help could we get to understand these topics? Well, we needed to rely on some sort of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So tools that now automatize that sort of process and try to identify topics within large bodies of text. I mean, don't be afraid of that. That sounds kind of weird, and I'm always mispronouncing it, so give me one last chance to spell it correctly. So the algorithm we use is a latent Dirichlet allocation model. That sounds quite fancy and really complicated. In reality, what it does, it looks at words in text and at word frequencies and tries to understand which words occur together. So which words in posts are frequently used together, assuming that if words occur together, they belong to one specific topic. And so you can tell the algorithm to identify topics and then to give you words back. Again, that sounds like rocket science. In reality, it's something very basic you all have encountered if you were, for example, shopping before on Amazon, where you can, when you go to the Amazon review, see that Amazon provides you with some subcategories of words or topics that often occur in reviews for specific products, as you can see down here. So we are using the same type of algorithm, and that algorithm then identified basically 5 topics that were prevalent in museum posts on social media. The nice thing is that the algorithm doesn't only identify these topics and classify documents to be part of a specific topic, but it also gives you the most frequent words that occur in such topics. And if we look into here, topic 1, for example, the most frequent words were expert, talk, seminar, join, link, workshop, description, explore, contemporary. which we now needed to interpret to make sense out of that. And just looking at all the posts that were classified to belong to this topic, we came to the conclusion this is usually actually a post that refers to some sort of virtual event where the museum is offering some sort of, you know, Zoom talk, YouTube live streaming. So what we're just experiencing right now, right? Topic 2, a collection on this day now, history, learn, object, live, world, fine. So we classify that, or we interpret that in a way of art history. So they talk about art history, they educate the audience. Topic 3 is all about artist history. So instead of speaking about specific paintings or exhibition things, here it's more like they provide information that is really related to specific artists that are exhibited in a specific museum space. Topic number 4 is basically what we call online museums. So where people have the opportunity, for example, through virtual reality, which we're going to hear just later about, or through 3D work actually to go into museums, explore museums. And then last but not least, we have this list of hashtags that's popped up together: closed but active, Corona art, make art survive, support museums, support art, where we said, okay, this is art info combined with a battery of COVID-19 related hashtags. So if you remember at our work balance sheet, so what we tried to achieve, so we tried to understand if COVID had an impact on engagement, and we found out, yes, it had, but it actually decreased engagement. So the second question was, how did museums react to that? So we identified 5 different topics museums frequently relied on when talking with their audience. So the next question now, to give guidance what to use and how to adapt their communication, the next question is, okay, which of these 5 topics was now more or less successful? And to answer that, well, again, I have to bother you with some numbers and statistics. We used a time series regression model. So we just aggregated the data we had for each museum for each day. So what did they post about out of the 5 topics? How many likes, shares, and comments did they get each day? And then we try to explain the amount of likes, comments, and shares, so the amount of engagement the museum got through actually what they did on social media. And of course, we controlled for some factors like size of museum, how many followers they had, were they located in a big city, small city, etc., etc. So here are the regression model results. Yeah, I know that that looks not very artistic. My apologies for that, but let me just briefly walk you through the results, right? So the good thing is, if we look at the coefficients of the model, we see that most of, or all of the topics actually have a positive impact. So that means they are driving engagement. We see that art info has the highest impact. And we can interpret these coefficients in a way that if you double the amount of posts about art info and hashtags, then you get 126% more likes, because we basically see in here, like you have a coefficient of 1.26. So we have to multiply it by 100. So that basically means the good news is that most of these things really engage the audience. So to make a long story short, what can we recommend to museum spaces? So we find 2 strategies that are especially helpful. So one thing is connect basically your posts with the trending and topic related COVID-19 hashtags, like we saw them. So make art survive, closed but active, museum at home, and more important, combine actually this trend with latest content from your institution. So people are interested basically what you have to offer. Don't just show them basically your exhibition, but try to use interesting content that educates the audience, as the audience is apparently craving for content that engages them, that helps them to understand art, and is really appreciating such information and reacting to that with higher levels of engagement than just content that is simply showing new pictures or kind of discussing artists. So I hope that this brief walk through our analysis was somehow understandable. and that our research might help actually the institutions that are really responsible for preserving our cultural heritage to go successful for these challenging times. Thank you very much for your attention. Çok teşekkürler. If you have questions, we're very much looking forward to the panel session later on. And if you feel like you want to drop an email or anything, just contact us at any time. We're very happy to engage with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. It was really, really inspiring work, I have to tell you. So probably I will send you an email after this session because it was really, really interesting and full of not just information, but also strategies. How can we do that, etc., etc. So thank you very much. We will have your all questions after that we speak with all of the panelists. So I have to now invite Ozan Yavuz, please, to the scene. Ozan Bey.
Hi. Yes,
Hi.
I'm here, but first you need to let me to...
Okay. Now we can see you. Okay, welcome.
Hi there.
Ozan Yavuz, he is a lecturer in a Middle East Technical University in Department of Music and Fine Arts. And he has also a very interesting topic as how can we use hubs, right, as an alternative way of exhibiting photographs in VR. So I'm also very curious about this one. So let's hear you, dear Ozan. Thank you.
Okay, hi. Hi everyone, this is Ozan Yavuz from Middle East Technical University. Today I'm going to talk about the experience of exhibiting photographs in hubs, a virtual reality platform that you can meet, socialize, or create events. My case study basically relies on virtual exhibition we made last semester under the course of basic and advanced digital photography. And of course, the subject of the exhibition was diary of a pandemic, as you know. But it was such a good experience for me and for my students. So let me begin my presentation. Okay. Yep. Here I have an outline, what I'm going to talk about. First, I will begin with exhibiting in online and virtual reality in museums briefly. And then I'm going to go with some methods of exhibiting photographs in digital platforms. And thirdly, I have a strength and weakness of VR. And then why I'm choosing hubs as an alternative way of exhibiting photograph. And then I'm gonna finalize my speech with a case study of exhibiting photographs, diary of a pandemic, which is, I think, very interesting for me. It was interesting for me. So as you may know, exhibiting an artwork in digital platforms in virtual reality, augmented reality, or mixed reality is quite new topic, but rapidly growing area as an exhibition method. Especially along with pandemic, there is a huge production from various perspectives. And here I have some examples from museums about online and VR exhibitions. And then I'm gonna go with photograph. So the most known one, I think, Google Art and Culture, and museums are generally focused on their collections to reach more audience. And Google Art and Culture has huge database, and most famous museums open their collections via Google. And you may see the works in here organized just to reach the audience very basically, very traditionally. And but some of them, as you may see here, try to make a connection between past and now as a reconstitution of the historical experience. In this picture, there is a visitor using a 17th century ship in augmented reality to feel the experience of the past. Some museums, like Louvre, focusing on famous painting to see the behind of the story, the masters, by 3D modeling, like the Mona Lisa, the most known one. So we can add more options to these exhibition variations. But if you realize and search, there is a little attention to, I think, photography. I don't know why. Most of the museums, I mean the main ones, did not care about photography during the pandemic, just making attention very little. And we will see that examples here are mainly from the small galleries, just that they care about photography. So now I want to focus on exhibiting photography in digital platforms and VR. Here I have some list about methods from traditional ones to more contemporaries. And it starts with the website exhibition methods and finishes with our exhibition and case studies or hub experiment. So firstly, using website is so common in virtual arts like painting, graphic design, illustration, or other visual medias. Examples here is the contemporary Chinese photography from the Museum of Photographic Arts, California. The visitor just click to images to go right and left to see the previous and the next one. The benefits of using websites, because it is easy to simple to show photographs. It's easy to see, construct exhibition area. You just put them to website and it just appear without any interaction. So this method is so common because there is almost no effort to exhibiting images. So most of the huge museums choose this kind of exhibition method. And another one is, here I have two examples. Another one is live view or virtual tours of the exhibition place. You may use Google Live View, which is so common also platform, or you can use other sources to see the actual view of the exhibition area. So this method is much better than the website method because you are able to see photographs and as well as the area. So as you may see how the photographs are organized and related with the context. And that makes a real exhibition because it is using an exhibition method, kind of. And the visitors are able to see the space and the artworks, I mean the photographs. But still there is no social interaction and not offering an experimental point of view. And here I have two of them. You can rush around to see the photographs. Thirdly, to reach the audience, as the previous speakers mentioned about social media, from long distance, using social media is another option here. Instagram is now very popular and seems a good choice because you may use it also live and does not cost anything. So there is a social interaction too also and easy to create and not time-consuming situation. You can create a basic presentation or exhibitions. But it may not effective option to create an exhibition. You have just two options in here. You just add the photographs digitally, or as you see here, you can use a short video, like a short presentation of the exhibition. Here from Helmut Newton from the gallery. This is a video actually. Another one is video guided tours. In this method, you see the live view of the exhibition like before, but there is a guide also. So a guide just make a presentation about artworks, exhibition, one by one. But because of it is a video, you have no chance to visit the exhibition area. I mean, independently, you have no choice. You have to just follow the guide speech and you just listen the guide. So you are just a passive audience and you are not active. So there's no social interaction, but you may have a chance to get good information from the audience because it tells the behind the story of the photograph and other artistic strategies of the artist. So, and fifth one, question and ask live method from the MoMA. It's a kind of guided presentation of the exhibition, but in here there's a two speakers or creators, like here. They are making a question and ask in video. So there's a conversation between them with the photographs. They tell about the method of the exhibition, and it's so effective. I mean, in terms of understanding the main idea of the exhibition and the other questions about the artists and the photographs. So they analyze the photograph in the video and other topics about artists. But in here, like the previous one, there is no social interaction, and this is not an, I mean, virtual exhibition. Actually, this is just a passive. You are just a passive audience in here, like before, like here. And ICP made a mixed method. They just used a mixed method. After pandemic and Black Lives Matter protests and other global crises in the world, ICP made an online exhibition. ICP staff made a call for photographers, a photography exhibition around the world on global crisis. ICP used video slides by artists' voices. And this is another exhibition method, I think. This one is also very similar with guided tours, but we cannot see the guide actually here. We just hear the artist's voice as a guide. So this method is also not time consuming, and in terms of construction the exhibition, and it doesn't cost so much. It's easy to do it. Like here, from the Black Lives Matter protests. And you can reach more artists from the worldwide. So the last one is an actual virtual reality exhibition, and very similar to with my case actually, but there are some differences. In here, to make an exhibition, generally you choose a virtual reality creator companies, and you pay very little money, and you hire the virtual gallery. I mean, it's not free. It doesn't cost as much as the real physical exhibition, but you pay a little bit amount of money. So when you choose your gallery, you hang the photographs. You start to hang the photographs like the real one. But as you may see here, there is not much option about hanging photographs. I mean, options are only limited with 2 dimensions, horizontal and vertical. So this one is very classical. You may rush around and see all the photographs, all the exhibition like the real one, but I think there is still no contribution to exhibition methodology. There is something missing. This is very similar. Yes, it works, but this is not experiment. This is not a contribution to exhibition methodology. So, of course, choosing VR, we have some strengths and weakness. First, you can reach the target audience very easily around your local area, plus around the world, and that makes your exhibition view more widely. And of course, there is no printing issues and transporting problems. There's nothing about that. And most important benefit, I think, is of course the cost of the exhibition. So you almost pay little or nothing to make an exhibition, and that is more democratic situation of the VR exhibition. And the last one is duration. Duration is, I think, maybe most important one, because although an exhibition has an opening and closing dates, you may reach the exhibition anytime, and you may extend the duration of the exhibition as long as you want, maybe forever. I mean, it depends on electricity and internet connections, but it becomes forever for you. And of course, we have some weaknesses choosing VR. There is limited, and sometimes there is no interaction, social interaction outside of the world. I think this one is the biggest challenge of these methods. So second one, third one, hardware is another problem, because creating VR exhibition, you need a computer or a smartphone to be able to join the exhibition. And creating more complicated VR exhibitions, it costs too much. And because of the technological devices, and hardwares. And the last one, third one, I mean, also join and VR exhibition smoothly. You need a good connection. In poor connections will not satisfy the audience and you. And the last one is about the quality of the photographs. This one is most important one because as a photographer, we need high quality prints to show our projects to audience. In my case, and the previous examples shows that image of the quality are not as we want, honestly. So if you want to make a good quality photographs and to show them in VR exhibition, you need more effective hardwares and internet connection because of the size of the images. As you know, the images are actually virtual data. So, and more high quality that data means that you need more space to save them and more powerful hardware and software products. So there is a cut about the quality of the photographs, unfortunately. So why I choose hubs? As previously I summarized, but cost is free. I mean, you don't have to pay hubs anything. You can easy to access via computer or smartphones. But the most important thing, I think, hubs is open space. When you open it, there's nothing, it's empty. So at the beginning, you have a large area and the open space you can use X, Y, and Z axis, which is different from other VR exhibition galleries. So in other softwares, you are just using X and Y axis. So you can just move back, forward, and you can tilt photograph, and that makes an exhibition strategy more experimental if you use hubs. And you can move easily away from traditional exhibition strategies. So here it is my case study. In my case study, a pandemic, a virtual exhibition, I have 26 students. Last semester, we made an exhibition. It was exciting because also it was for me, I mean, the first time I was using the VR. So here, let me tell you about the construction. So as you see here, construction is up to you. You can use triangles, you can use curved walls, you can use squares. It's up to you. Okay, it's about your imagination. So there's no just horizontal and vertical walls or positions. You may position the walls very high, I mean, reverse inclines and declines, slim, or if you want, you may construct it traditional way, but it's up to you, as I say. Here are some steps from the construction. We have this one. And finally, I have two image from the high above, from the mountains. I choose the mountains as a space. This is the opening from the openings. I'm going to share the live view of the exhibition right now. Okay, these are the images from the opening. So you choose the avatar and you go to a gallery to see exhibitions. Okay, now I'm gonna focus on two projects. These are very experimental for me. This cone, Mementos for Me and Scream by my students. Okay, here's the actual view of the hubs. So when you open the page, you are facing with the gallery, and when you click this enter room, if you have VR headed glasses, you can use VR glasses also. This is my avatar. Of course, you can change it. Okay. Enter on screen. Okay, I'm gonna enter right now. Okay. So here's the gallery. Okay. So, as I said before, the main weakness of the of this kind of virtual reality exhibitions first you need a good connection. So as you may see here, I can't move forward or back very smoothly because of the internet connection problem or hardware problem. But let me share with you. Okay. So you can penetrate from the photographs. Okay, here is the discern. Discern actually is basically against Chronos and linear understanding of the time from Emir Aydoğan. It opened to include the notion of dissonance and stagnation. It may also include various space, virtual, and also temporal discord. So karyotic conception of the time is intuitive, experimental, and non-chronological conception. So we tried to change the dimensions of the photographs. We didn't use just X and Y axis. We use Z axis. So when you move forward back, and you will see that in here the photographs are not linear understanding. I mean, like here. So he just break the linear visuals and interaction with them to making space of uncertain, and Emir Aydoğan with the discord just try to break the rules of the traditional exhibition methodology. Okay. But in physically, you can't do that. I mean, you can do, but there's too much cutting. So the second one, Momentos por mí, by Sena Sönmez, it's just about isolation feelings of her in the time of pandemic days. So she tried to hide and see herself from the other side, from the curtain, from unconsciousness side of herself, like a surrealist face. So we tried to use these two eyes. We just move away them from the exhibition area, like you see. Okay. Actually, they are in the air. I mean, they are independently from the other photographs. So, okay, I pushed too much. Okay. The last one is about now I'm swimming. Okay. So this is the weakness of the virtual reality exhibition. I can't focus to photographs because connections makes me okay. I have last one, and I'm going to finish the presentation. Okay. Actually, you can see the behind photographs. There is not just only one way to see the photographs. You can penetrate from them. Okay. Here we go. Okay, I can't focus, but I'm so close. Sorry about the situation. Okay. The screen. The last one is screen. On the left, okay. Oh, finally. Okay. Scream also, this project is about isolation and self-reflexive understanding that shows his inner feelings about getting away from himself during the isolation. So to reach the real personality himself inside of the space. So he is realizing his identity is not real actually. So, and he wants to reach the real one. So as the previous one, we just moved photographs step by step out of the first original identity. So he just tried to reach the real identity of himself. So let me, okay, here we go. They're apart from the original photographs. So as you may see, when you use hubs as a construction and exhibition methodology, I think in terms of photography, you may easily change the conception of the exhibition. And it depends on your project, of course. But I think hubs offers and opens much more experimental exhibitions for the future that I experienced before. For the future, I have some plans for more complicated ones. This one just the beginning for me. I think I'm just moving step by step in this kind of VR exhibition methodology. And thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you, Ozan Yavuz. It was a very, very interesting experience. I like playing games. I felt myself inside one of the games that I played. So it has, I think, a little bit also some kind of gamification effect as well in the exhibition, which probably makes also the viewer or the visitor, let's say, of your exhibition kind of curious about because of this gamification effect. It was very interesting. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Keep your questions for later. You have one question already, so we are going to come to that. Now I want to move to Merve Şahin. Please, Merve.
I'm here.
I think
I have opened my
okay. Now I can see you. Merve Şahin, she is from Sabancı University, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. She's a teaching assistant there. And again, she is going to talk about, I think, virtual reality, but in a different kind of approach, I think. And her topic is curating in virtual reality, immersive aesthetic, right?
Yes.
So okay, let's hear you. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my research talk. I am Merve Şahin, and I am curator at Aggregate Space Gallery in Oakland, California, and teaching assistant at Sabancı University, where I'm currently working on creating an art experience on the positive effects of embodiment illusion in virtual reality systems, such as head-borne displays, mobile VR, and web-based game engines that can be accessible with only link share. Recently, I've been teaching visual communication design through various institutions where my students produce VR experiences based on the theory and practice of video simulations that encompasses the critical issues in today's society. Immersion as a critical vocabulary in virtual reality has been important for researchers in a variety of fields in its definition. We can roughly summarize the concept with presence surrounded with senses of image, sound, smell, touch, total environments, feedback, engagement, submersion, and finally, illusion. Apart from the modern and contemporary understanding of the immersion through the use of illusion, brief look at the art history can tell us that the artists have been developing the framework for immersive environments in the last 2000 years. Oliver Grau, who is one of the leading researcher and art critic in the field of media art, says that virtual reality is a constant phenomenon in art history that can be traced back into antiquity. It can involve an area of ritual action, a private artificial paradise, or a public sphere with politically suggestive power. In short, it encompasses a visual story that is characterized by totality. End of quote. Creating illusionary spaces and transposing the spectator into a closed form was not an idea of the computerized age, but rather it was an art historical progress. After the volcanic eruptions, archaeologists discovered the fresco paintings that surround the living spaces of Pompeii A fruitful example of illusionary space in the classical antiquity was the Villa of Mysteries, where the viewer finds herself in highly realistic figures communicating wall to wall and immerse the audience in a narrative. Techniques carried itself outside of the Roman art making and found its voice during the Baroque period. Illusionism in the Baroque art describes an artwork that creates the illusion of a real object or scene where the artists have depicted the figures in such a realistic way. Bernini's Ecstasy of the Saint Teresa was one of the early examples where the artist invited the spectator into the scene and encapsulated her in a total environment. The sculpture receives a natural light from a secret window where it creates an illusion of dramatic exchange that is filled with emotion and passion. The stage is set in such a way that the directors on the left and right corner of the scene as if like people watching an opera. Theatricality was introduced to this environment by using the multimedia of musical instruments of the church and the open sky of the ceiling. Bernini immersed the viewer into the scene without the technological tools that we have today. Taking you further in time from classical antiquity and Baroque, the post-formalist art making was also working at the core of the immersing audience into a scene by creating total environments, using the avant-garde objects and extract a narrative. Alan Capro coined the term happenings to denote the participatory artistic experiences that centralize the environment and the subject within that environment. Under the flagship of Jack Burnham, the artist approached the subject using the idea of the interconnectedness of a system. In an article, The System Aesthetics, published in Art Forum, Burnham sorts the variety of post-formalist camps into those involving kinetic and land arts as well as happenings, pointing to a movement from an object-oriented to a system-oriented culture. Thinking about art as complex systems and networks had become the norm in certain new camps in the art world that produced their work under the banner of conceptual art, fluxus, performance arts, and many others. Edward Shanken's article, Art in the Information Age, Technology and Conceptual Art, explores the relationship between the conceptual arts and technology by studying the artists and exhibition of the 1960s and 1970s as a reaction to traditional art's sharp distinction between conceptual art and technology. The very use of the artificial language, The very use of the artificial language as a medium of the artworks had a compatible method of inquiry with the conceptual artist, since the language ultimately is a communication method to transfer meaning. In 1974, Thomas Nagel published his article, What Is Like to Be a Bat, in the Journal of Philosophical Review, where he pointed out that the concept of consciousness is what makes mind and body dualism insolvable. The phenomenological features of subjective experience limits the human imagination and what it's like to be a particular conscious thing. What makes virtual reality a paradigm shift is this point, that even today and in the near future, we will be able to comprehend what it's like to be someone else. The research that is carried in the laboratory, be another lab, it centralizes this very idea. The embodiment illusion that has been enabled by the VR technologies is now capable for us to switch bodies and experience the life with the eye of another person, as such that the VR systems now can be called empathy machines. And there is more with what we can do with virtual reality. Not only limited to switching perspective through body ownership, we can also experience the social events. Investigative journalism took this technology to another level by providing power of immersive storytelling and its social effects on the communities who can critically engage with the technology for growth. Noni de la Pana is an investigative journalist who is seeking to make the difference in people's mind around the social issues where she wants people to care and feel empathy towards the real life event. In her TED Talk titled The Future of News Virtual Reality in May 2015, she says, families in America are going hungry, food banks are overwhelmed, and they are often running out of food. Now, I knew I couldn't make people feel hungry, but maybe I could figure out a way to get them feel something physical, end of quote. She went out and documented truly with images and voice recordings of the food bank in the United States, where there's too many lines and too many people waiting for food. She created a real-life event of virtual reality experience of a man with diabetes who doesn't get food in time, his blood sugar drops low, and he collapses into a coma. The evocative piece was overwhelming for the participants, where they would try to help the person or cry for help in the VR. As this experience gained positive feedback, De La Pena decided that hunger in Los Angeles should not be the only experience she will be directed. Project Syria was initially commissioned by the World Economic Forum, an immersive journalism piece that conveys the plight of the child refugees in Syria. Project Syria uses virtual reality technologies to put the audience on scene, enabling people to feel as if they were truly witnessing to the violent events in Syria. I'll now show the video clip of this VR experience. This scene involves a bomb explosion, so it might be disturbing for some of our audience, and viewer discretion is advised.
يسعى بيدوم سآمن حانن الحرية حانن يسعى بيدوم سآمن حانن الحرية حانن.
A third of all Syrians have been displaced by the war. Reports indicate children have been specifically targeted in the violence.
I hope you found that interesting. As I have talked about how the virtual reality technologies will be immersive empathy machines, the underlying theories to create place and embodiment illusion is somewhat trivial. I'll now go into detail of how the ontology of VR, where the researchers are explaining how our brains are tricked to be present and immersed in such VR systems. Okay. One of the crucial aspects of virtual reality that appeals to the human cognitive psychology is the sensory motor contingencies. Sensory motor contingency theory holds that the law-like relations between actions and contingent changes in the sensory signals constitute the basis for sensory experience and awareness in humans. These sensory motor contingencies are not only passively observed and recorded by the agent, but rather actively exercised and used to control behaviors. Another way to explain this theory is the following. So within this philosophical framework, I'll illustrate how sensory motor contingencies are formed through the law-like relationship between actions and events. So let's start with a physical event such that a stone falls to the ground. If we would call me holding a stone physical event 1 and me dropping stone to the ground physical event 2, we can say that the law of gravity constitutes the relationship between these two events. Since the Newton's law of universal gravitation, we know the nature and mechanistic explanation in between these two events. But what happens in between two mental events? With the information available today, it is hard for us to formulate the nature in between two mental events, such that we did in the physical events of falling a stone to the ground. Though the researchers and philosophers argue that there is a law-like relationship between two mental events, these mental events could include seeing an image and stimulating a thought, interaction, and senses. The sensory experiences allows us to create mental happenings in our brains and continue to the next thought. Creating virtual reality experiences are highly depending on this idea that the experience should be designed in such a way that in which the participants can be immersed in the VR and continuously process various mental events. So going back to this scheme and explaining this phenomenon within the second section of this diagram, let's say that my mental event 1 is having a coffee, and mental event 2 is to go to the coffee machine and pour myself a hot espresso. In between these two mental events, there exists a law-like relationship, but we do not know the nature or the mechanistic explanation. We might say that there are neurotransmitters releasing hormones or one neuron fires another one. However, we are still under the dark in terms of giving a plausible account in the cognitive sciences. Designing virtual reality experiences navigates within this unknown. The virtual reality artists put themselves in the shoes of the participants and anticipate the next interaction or stimuli that will ignite the future mental events in the augmented reality. The success of a VR experience is to create an authentic interaction where our brains can be tricked that this is real. The curatorial challenges in the virtual reality here comes into play. In this conceptual framework, what is the role of the curator, and in what ways a curator can work with VR artists to enable this continuum? And in my curatorial practice and teaching experiences of virtual reality systems, I initially provide both artists and my students this conceptual framework of VR, and in which ways we can imagine a narrative that can be enhanced through the computer graphic interface of virtual reality. We often work with the game engine platforms such as Unity 3D, Unreal, or Linkshare website A-Frame, where we define the goal of the artwork and what will be the best possible system we can integrate the wide use of art experience and meaning. In the article written by Mel Slater and Maria Sanchez, they say the following: nowadays, a computer game in VR is just a traditional computer game, but displayed in a different medium. Eventually, there will be a paradigm shift that one we cannot know at the time of writing. Putting this another way, VR is revolutionary, even though it has taken 50 years to get from the initial idea in the lab to becoming a mass consumer product. End of quote. As we are now shifting the mass media into another level by being a paradigm shift, we will hopefully see the reflection of it in the curatorial practice in the next decade. And at the end, I would like to share some of the examples of VR projects that I have worked as a collaborator to demonstrate the possible ways in which this technology can be embedded in the cultural work. As the curator of Aggregate Space Gallery, we are working with new media artists who are primarily working with VR and have a demonstrated track record of 3D content creation. We focused on the concept of embodiment in virtual reality systems, where the participants can experience the reduced racial bias towards other bodies and feel empathy for the compromise. The methods that can afford immersive experiences, such as mobile and desktop VR, or simply Google Cardboard, will be the next platform for these artists. We envision creative and accessible dialogue between artists and communities that can collaborate with technology to enable empathy towards the experience of others. Excuse me. Apart from my practice in the United States, we have founded an emerging collective that engages architecture, art, and new media with a transdisciplinary approach in Turkey. The workshop of Historical Traces and Virtual Cities, Scenarios of Istanbul, is based on reproducing the three-dimensional representation of predetermined areas of Istanbul in an immersive environment. The scenarios created in the Unity 3D platform by the participants will be later be edited and published online to be experienced via virtual reality systems and shared with the audience. The overarching goal of this workshop is to introduce architecture students to the virtual reality environment to help them reproduce scenarios of Istanbul and gain experience in immersive systems. And with saying that, I would like to close my talk. Thank you very much for IACA Turkey for inviting me to this conference and listening to my talk, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Merve. But it becomes like something that you just put some honey in our tongue, and we were just ready to just see how that experiment will go, but then we couldn't see the rest. But probably you are working on it. That's why, or maybe it was not really easy to show it on here.
Yeah, and I've kind of formulated how that conceptual framework is going to be established through that VR experiences. And we'll have the workshop next week. The students.
Okay. So you will share all of the data later with an article or something like that. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. It was very interesting again. Now we come to our last speaker, Özlem Demirkan. Welcome, Özlem Demirkan. We have to wait just 1 minute for switching the scene. Hello. Can you speak so we can hear you or not?
Do you hear
me? Yes. Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, perfect. Özlem Demirkan is an architect. She is an assistant professor at Karatay University from Faculty of Fine Arts and Design in Department of Interior Architecture. And what is she going to talk about today is her title is Wearing Technological Masks, How the Pandemic Affect the Relation of Art and Space. And it will be a critical approach, what I'm assuming. Okay, let's hear. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think your voice is a little bit low. Can you just...
Do you hear me now? I use a microphone, but...
Yeah, now it's better. Now we don't hear you at all.
Is it fine?
Yeah, but when you move, your voice is coming and going.
I'm trying not to.
No, yeah, that's great. That's great. Try not to move a lot, okay? Sorry for that. Okay.
First of all, thank you for this great symposium to Aica Turkey. And it's really a great opportunity for us to look forward during the pandemic. Let me introduce myself first. I'm an architect. I give architectural project lessons, lectures, and contemporary architecture history lectures. I'm neither out nor in this field, and sorry for my mistakes. But this result is only a gaze from an architecture's eyes, and aim to discuss the relation between art and space. I use examples of before pandemic, and so I think that it gives the ways to sustain art after the pandemic. And for this ontological association, I think it's necessary to define space first. What is space? It's a border, it's a void with borders that the user can perceive, and it contains activity. And for Plato, it is another space and becomes visible with the area, and it's a three-dimensional cube, maybe. According to Aristotle, it's void surrounded by other things. To Descartes, it's the existing space. To Heidegger, it's an area of activity. According to Newton, it's relative space. According to Leibniz, it's ontological space. For sample, restricted space. For Kant, a feature of mind. According to Schindler, limited space. For Le Corbusier, it's promenade. It includes promenade. For Zevi, it's a fundamental element. And according to Venturi, Daniel Scott Brown, Colin Lowe, the space doesn't an important thing like modern space. For Jameson, the question is how art is integrated with space. For Mark argued that I like this term very much. It's non-place. He used this term for transportational buildings, and for Lefort, the production of space. For Soja, thought space. And I pass it because it's so much definition throughout the history. But when we look at the space production process, we see three-moment systems made by Lefort that is the perceived spatial practice, is conceived the representation of space and lived representations of space. I didn't see the sorry. So art forms an ontological unity with space, with all these conditions and all these definitions. When we define space by being composed of three-dimensional surfaces, borders, voids, art finds its place. And when we think about social relations, it's experienced together with the space, and similarly occurs in the mind with the space. So this necessity it comes from how art use space. How can art use space? And for the first, in this model, I saw the similarities between the space production and the art production, because art production has an art space practice that the audience perceives whether they are participatory or not. And secondly, there's an art practice already formed in the mind of the artist, and an art practice that lived art practice, that the production of space and the production of art have similar characters, I think. So first of all, art uses space as a place. That this video, this is Maxi, designed by Zahed, a postmodern architect. This is a contemporary art museum. Movies, theaters, galleries, museums, cities, squares, building features are spaces where art used. And they are three-dimensional spaces, I think. So space is an art, includes art in that example. And it's an experiential file too. The a museum itself an experiential file, and art is an experiential file. So the combination of the art and space also an experiential file too. I passed and secondly, art uses space as an object or subject. That I want to show you some photographs from 1903, and the photographer is Evans, and here the architecture, the space is the subject. And again, another photograph. And here the space is the subject too. And here the space is the subject too. Again, this is credit line from Bernice Abbott, and in this photograph, the space is the subject too. And from 1947, the photographer is Ilsa Bing. You see the workers and the street, and in the second photograph, you can see the stairs and the sea, and the space is also an object and a subject in these photographs. And Annie Leibovitz, Rolling Stone funds. Again, the photographer is Annie Leibovitz, and she is Kirsten Dunst, and this is the Versailles stairs. The man who see in the photograph is Le Corbusier. He is the master of modern architecture. And he turns his back to the photographer and look at the screen. That he's one of the principles of Le Corbusier, the glass screens. And Elizabeth, and I think in this photograph, the city is the object and Beyonce is the subject. From another example, St. Scotland, and here, the space is the subject too. And from Yo-Yo Kusama, I passed. I think when talking about the solution, we extend to Carl Andreas bricks maybe, or the horses. This is an example of space usage. Is another type of space usage, and maybe I think okay. This is another example. Art use space as an material here. From Klein's project, he uses the space as a subject here. And the balloons of Klein's in front of the Pompidou Cultural Center, that it's a great form because it is included the high-tech movement in architectural history. And when the first when it built in Paris, it's criticized for its ugliness. That how is a building, its insides are outside, they said. But it's the building that there's no need to hide anything. And the balloons are always to democratize and make free the art. It symbolizes the same thing, I think. Another usage of space. It's a public area. And another usage of space is the cube from 1965. So that I'm very excited. And it's the, okay. Gordon Matt Clark, I like his works very much, that use the space and the building as an object here and as a material here, I think. I passed very fast because I know the time is limited. This is the building he cut off. He used the space as an art material. I can show. Yes. And another example. And this boxing context and Gorski used the space as an object too, and as an art material too. And another example is Refik Anadol's. He covers the place, the space with datas. So it's maybe another example. So when we think about the technology, how technology affects this relation, it has changed the ontology of art and space. And it has changed the ontology of the experience of art and space. And by technology, we can include the audience into the art production process. So there are two ways for doing this. The first is digitization, and the second is digitalization. Digitization means the transformation of the physical to the digital. And when art collections, you can provide access to art collections without time, money, or location barriers. And in digitizations, for example, the Google Art project, in digitizations, we can give an example of Google Art project here. The digitalization includes the digital technologies and the integration of the digital media into art. The new use of art includes 3D holograms, 3D dimensional objects, data covered space, artworks that brings the audience to the audience into the art process. It changes, the technology changes the space of art. Another thing is experience. It changed the experience of the art too. This is an example of Sundance Film Festival Trail. This is a film.
You heard it too. You do, don't you?
When I first experienced this film with virtual reality glasses, I feel that the cinema will never be the same. You participate in the film, you're an actress, you can touch everywhere, you talk with the actor, and you are in the scenario in this film. Yes. And I give some examples for digitalization. It's very this is Jane Cardiff's taking pictures. She uses the outside and also as a subject. he uses the space as a subject. And the second example for digitalization is Dara Birnbaum's Rio video wall. There are national objects, CNN news, and images of people entering the shopping mall. And this is an artwork, and this is only a game. The semantic map is another example. Media flow and energy passages is another example. That here, the virtual space and the real space is overlapped. There's a horizontal floor, a vertical screen, a panoramic ardosphere here. This is another example of usage. And so I thought that art benefits from technology. From pandemic, art uses these ways to sustain itself. And what have pandemic done? In Turkey, March 2020, a 2-week-long quarantine process in society was started. And first we thought that it's only a 2-week holiday. But when I prepared these proposals in Turkey, there is still quarantine rules. And some difficulties in artistic production occurs. But I think that pandemic offered the artist a good and functional subject to be discussed. And this is Atıl Akgündüz from Instagram. Like artists such as Atıl Akgündüz in Turkey from their Instagram account, a manual of the mental health protection in Turkey was published as artwork. And and many artists critically questioned the social dynamics and culture within them and put forward an understanding of protest art. And virtual spaces such Instagram, Facebook, Twitter has been the place for art. And artworks also appeared as personal exhibitions, paintings, calligraphy, poetry, personal diaries. And during pandemic period, museums and art galleries announced their activities from the virtual space and use virtual space for art. That is artist. Okay. For example, in social media, the last day, there's a conversation with Elif Uras, ceramic artist at the Met Museum. And Refik Anadol publishes an event invitation. And there is a reading theater. In lieu of conclusion, space has been expressed in different definitions throughout history. The existence of technology has changed these definitions. Art and space association occurs in 3 ways. The space provides space for art. Art uses space as an object, and art uses space as a material. And technology transformed the ontology art and space association and the ontology of the experience of art and space. However, art has included its audience in the art production process with technology. And art production, which is thought to enter into a virtuous circle during the pandemic process, continues its sustainability by finding new ways and providing easy access to its audience. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Özlem Hanım diyeyim. Okay, now we can have some questions because first there's a question for Kübler and Kübler family, I have to tell, from our participants, Hilal Bıçakçı. Are you there, Kübler and Kübler family?
Yes.
Okay. She's asking, I was wondering which library you have used to scrape data from Instagram. This is the first question. And secondly, how did you measure and categorize other factors besides the accounts, for example, city population, institution size, etc.?
It's a very good question. So for the scraping, I think there are different libraries in Python which are available. So Instagram scraper, so Instagram minus scraper is a very good one. However, the key problem is that you're always in a race between Instagram changing the site code and banning you basically, and getting the data. So what we did is we used Selenium to mimic basically browsing behavior, and then we collected the data out of the JSON feed generated. So very technical. Very sorry for that. But so basically we coded it ourselves and extracted it ourselves. For the second question, so city population, we dichotomized actually. So we have 3 or 4 dummy variables. So if a city was larger than 200,000, where the museum was located, 200,000, then the dummy went to 1. If it was larger than 500, another dummy, and so on. So yes, we could have used probably as well the continuous scale, but we thought it's actually easier for the model to use basically only the dummies. Institution size and popularity is measured by the numbers of followers that institution had on Instagram or on Twitter, which we believe captures basically all of the unobserved heterogeneity, so how popular something is, etc. Because we believe if the museum is more popular, of course it has more followers, and through that we can capture that in the model.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question for this?
Oh, I had a question for Ozan.
Okay, yes, but can you wait, because I have a question for Kübler.
Okay.
If it's okay. I was wondering, what do you think about this Getty Museum challenge? Because, you know, with all of this social media and the use of social media and etc., there has to be always a kind of boundary that keep it in the edutainment limit, let's say. And with this Getty Museum challenge, I don't know, I thought that it would just, I don't know, what's your opinion about this Getty Museum challenge and the use of social media in that sense?
No, I mean, you can.
Okay. I think indeed, I mean, it is a challenge to be amusing and entertaining, to be relevant and get followers. But I think the promising thing we see from the data is that basically the posts that got most engagement were education posts, right? So if they talked about the artist, they provided background information about the artist, or they had some sort of information how, I don't know, paintings or artwork got restored. That was basically the stuff people engaged most with. So I guess this comes because people know about exhibitions. They know most of the art that is displayed in museums, but in these times where everyone is sitting at home, so I mean, YouTube gets boring. You have seen all the movies on Netflix, so you want some new content, and art is really good in providing new stories and giving great opportunities. And I think this is a great occasion for museums to become relevant and to engage audience, basically.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Paul O'Kane, you have a question for Ozan. Let's hear it. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if it's so much a question, but it'd be nice to hear Ozan's response or anybody else's response to it. I was just thinking, in the end of the last panel, Ezra Yildiz sort of reminded us and made an appeal for us to think about the possible futures of the art world after the pandemic and how it might change it. And something in Ozan's presentation made me think about the ideas of hubris and humility that prior to the pandemic or for the last 30 years or something, we've been through a very kind of incredibly productive and busy period of art activities. And it struck me that one of the things that could come out of the pandemic is a new sense of humility or kind of austerity in a way. Tomorrow I'm going to speak, and one of the points I'm going to make is what happens when you only see one exhibition in a year instead of 200 exhibitions in a year or something. And in Ozan's presentation towards the end, he was trying to sort of steer through the exhibition and sort of crashing into walls and finding himself falling out onto the mountain. And it struck me, it reminded me of watching early cinema. So today we look back at early cinema and we love the sort of charm of its naivety in a way. But it struck me that here we are looking at the very latest technology and seeing something quite similar, a kind of neo-naivety that has a special kind of charm for us. And so, yeah, I was just trying to think of how we might be able to turn this to our advantage, to kind of affirm this de-skilling, this infantilization, this drunkenness, this neo-naivety that we still seem to have in virtual reality, even though the first time I used virtual reality, it was in 1992, but it still looks quite sort of naive in a way.
So for me, it was my first experience in VR actually, because I think pandemic was so fast, and we couldn't react it very fast. I mean, I was in shock actually. For the first 2 months, I didn't do anything. And after I tried to do something with my students, and I realized that hubs is maybe an alternative way to exhibit photographs. So I know it seems so archaic, but as you said, it is so naive. I mean, the first steps of the VR experience for the future, as I said before, hubs or other VR softwares or augmented reality softwares or mixed reality softwares will offer so much things to do us, in my opinion. So I'm still trying to know how to exhibit a photograph in other ways and to get another methodologies to develop this kind of exhibitions. So I think it needs time, as you said.
Yeah, but the other point I was making was that in a way we can try to sort of improve sophistication, but we can also go in the other direction and embrace the naivety. That is what I was kind of interested in, the sort of the charming naivety of it. Is what kind of appeals to me. I never really sort of realized that before I saw your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think Beral Hanım has a question because she raises her hand. Yes, please.
Thank you. But it's not a question.
Okay.
Of course, there are questions in my opinions. I think this session had very high-level research projects and presentation. And in the near future, these projects will be realized with all their possibilities and all their magnificent results. Yes. And but I would like to play the devil's advocate at this moment. All presentations are for advanced art and culture infrastructures or culture industries in tune with the goals and ambitions of the summits of today's capitalism. And we are talking about MoMA, Getty Museum, and so on. So we all know that Turkey and most of the neighbors have not enough museums, institutions, not to mention the traumas of war and terror besides pandemic. The art action we are used to will not be effective for a certain time now. We know that too. There will not be a normalization as we are used to. So what will we do from now on within this not so well functioning culture and art industry? What are the possibilities of dissemination of artworks, making artists visible, leading their endeavor to reach wider audiences who are not having these facilities in their cities, regions? How can art be an instrument to heal the corona-stricken psychology and mind of this destitute individual or groups of people in these countries? These questions and problems will be on the table in the very near future. At least all the countries with this deficit will have to make an art and culture revolution. I am convinced this revolution will happen only when a post-capitalist system will force them to do it. I think this online dissemination requires a special volition. I mean, we are now experiencing a very intense online communication with the art world. But this needs a special volition, special commitment from the artists and art experts, as well as from galleries and institutions. We have seen many examples how the museums have opened their collections, made these virtual exhibitions, etc. But it will not be enough. Every individual, artist, art expert, gallery, museum will have to be working in a more intimate way with their audience. There will be a different intimacy. They will contact them and invite them one by one. For the moment, the people are alone, at home, alone with their emotions, opinions, and perceptions, and they are looking to the artworks, but nobody knows what are these perceptions, what are these feelings, etc. So this intimacy is coming to the table, and we will find ways of making people again get involved in art and culture.
Thank you. Any of our speakers wants to do a comment on that? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think I can also speak about that as well. I have mentioned that I was working at Aggregate Space Gallery. It's called Gallery, but we are actually a nonprofit art space where we support emerging media artists and curators to actualize their dreams, be a jumping point to go into larger institutions. And what you have said was really touching for me, because before I came from the United States after my master's, it was just a challenging time for us. We lost our positions, our paid jobs, and in a way what we have done during the last 4 or 5 months is just volunteer work. And in a way it just showed us how money was important for us to stay standing and be a support system still for the artists who are actually suffering this pandemic even more if you are not employed full-time. And it made me question what is going to be in artists' lives in the future if they are not supporting themselves full-time job, because they often have only commissions, which is now very reduced due to pandemic and its effect on the finances, or grants. And grants has been reduced a lot as well, because the major parts of those government grants now is going for emergency fundings. And in a way, it put me in the hard position that I had been feeling in the last couple months since the pandemic. And
and as a way of like kind of connecting that idea into my own presentation, for me, VR was very impressive. Like the first time I got into this field was because that I can put myself in the shoes of other people, and what is like to be that person, or what will be like to feel certain events happening to us, and in what ways we can create this accessible and like fundable projects that can be spread through many people and can be experienced. And that's why the examples that I have shown or the projects that I have worked for was very much in terms of in what ways we can create empathy for the places that are compromised right now due to war, immigration, and in a way that the technology itself is very capitalistic, but at the same time can be accessible, can be a cheap method for reaching to people without compromising their expenses. So thank you for that comment, and it's been something that made me think for a really long time during the pandemic, and how these little art spaces are trying to survive right now during the global pandemic.
Okay, thank you. Actually, the comments that Berel Hanım made was also kind of a little bit concern for me as well. Even though I like to use all of these technologies, but I still, I don't know why, but sense that there is also a little bit kind of alienation inside all of these things. Yani, it's called as virtual reality, so it's not real. It makes you feel real, but I mean, you can just discuss it philosophically like until the morning, and it has tons of benefits. Like Ozan, for example, he just mentioned perfectly that these are the weaknesses, these are the strengths, and etc., etc. So as Berel Hanım said, this is a very important and great opportunity because now we are all forced to be virtual. Yani, we don't have any kind of options right now because of this post-COVID. So we have to know. I mean, I didn't know how, I hated to do Skype, but now I'm all on Zoom all the time. So I learned. So this is a very good opportunity. We can just use this opportunity of virtual reality like social media and make it to create something better, something like much connected. Like our keynote speakers today talked about, like the nearness, the intimacy, and etc. So I mean, technology yani can shape society, and society can shape technology. This is the way. It's not just vice versa, or not just a direct relationship. There's one more question for Merve, and it's kind of like practical question. Zeynep Kendi asks, could you please repeat the date and place for your project launch as Co-Lexer Collective? You passed the page very fast, so I couldn't catch it. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So it's going to be on December 4th and 5th on the Istanbul Architecture Festival, Istanbul Mimarlık Festivali, and we will be doing the workshop next week. So the people who are interested in attending the workshop could go into the Istanbul Mimarlık Festivali website and register to event through that festival page. And it should be pretty straightforward, and it's gonna happen next week. We're very excited for to see her too.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other questions? If not, just I ask and just wait for 5 seconds, and then if nobody has any other questions, I will just close the session. It's almost like dinner time. So we had a very fruitful and productive day today. It was very exciting discussions and and lectures, and it was inspiring, some of them mind-blowing. I liked it very much personally. I think for Fırat and Aica altogether, it was a very difficult job to do it in this time. Thank you, Fırat. And then I'm closing the session, right? Fırat, what I'm going to do right now?
Yeah. Yes, if there is no any question, so thank you very much for all the participants. I learned very important things today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you tomorrow then, right?
Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.